Chapter 709. 100 Flags of Void Sealing. Before the doubtful gazes of the three master teachers, the young man stared intently at the land below with the formation flags in his hand, seemingly calculating the positioning of the flags. Zhang Shi intends to set up the illusory footsteps beguilement formation? Seeing his actions, the eyebrows of the three master teachers shot up in astonishment. Putting aside how narrow the gorge was, just the battle below was sufficient to cause immense chaos in the spiritual energy in the air. Even with a compass in hand, it would be impossible for one to accurately read the flow of spiritual energy. As such, how could one possibly set up a formation? Even if a 7-star formation master were to arrive on the scene, he would surely be unable to successfully set up a formation as well. More importantly, the moment the first formation flag was planted on the ground, the spirit beasts would surely notice them. Considering the number of spirit beasts in the gorge, even if just a small proportion were to come after them, they would still become goners. Was this really the idea he had in mind? Sensing the nervousness in the trio, Ruohuan Gongzi said with a consoling smile, "There's no need to panic. Since Zhang Shi says that it is possible to rescue them, he must have a feasible idea in mind." Of the entire group, he had known Zhang Shi the longest, and he also boasted the greatest understanding of the latter. This young man seemed to possess some kind of incredible power. So many times, what he viewed to be impossible had been easily accomplished by the other party. Taking the otherworldly demon in the Master Teacher Tournament as an example, he actually managed to talk it into committing suicide. This was a feat that many could not even imagine, but he actually achieved it. In fact, the very reason he could be here despite his lacking capability was due to the young man's help. Thus, even though the situation before them might look hopeless, it didn't hinder him from believing in the young man's ability to turn the tables. "Let's just hope so." The trio could only reply with bitter smiles. While they were talking, Zhang Xian had already finished examining the geographical terrain. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly sent a telepathic message to everyone. "Prepare yourselves." Hearing those words, everyone immediately gathered their attention as they waited for Zhang Shi's further instructions with the middle-tier spirit stones in their hands. Just as they were wondering what the young man would do, they suddenly saw the other party leaping down from the platform, headed toward the battlefield between the spirit beasts and the master teachers. Alarmed by Zhang Xian's actions, everyone narrowed their eyes in shock. Hundreds of powerful spirit beasts were prowling ferociously below. To charge in like that, are you sure you aren't attempting to commit suicide instead? Roar, roar, roar. As expected, upon noticing Zhang Xian's presence, the spirit beasts immediately howled furiously, following which, a ferocious string of attacks rained down on him like a frenzied storm. These attacks harnessed an immense force which could threaten even a transcendent mortal 7-dan expert. Just as the crowd thought that Zhang Xian was done for, the young man's path of trajectory suddenly mysteriously shifted 3 qi, 10 centimeters, to the right. A mere 3 qi, but it caused all of the attacks to fly past him. Roar. The unsuccessful primary assault seemed to have provoked even more spirit beasts. With another wave of deafening battle cries, dozens of attacks suddenly came from all directions. It was slightly different this time around. In the first assault, the spirit beasts had harnessed their full might to crush the defenses of their opponent. On the other hand, this wave of attacks was scattered in all directions to seal their opponent's escape route. These attacks aren't sufficient to deal any grievous injuries to Zhang Shi, but their force is sufficient to push him to the ground. Once Zhang Shi falls to the ground, he will immediately fall into the encirclement of the spirit beasts. By then, it will be difficult for him to escape with his life, let alone rescue the others. Many master teachers clenched their fists tightly in agitation. The attacks from the spirit beasts weren't sufficiently powerful to kill a consonant spirit realm cultivator, but the force of the attacks could send Zhang Xian plummeting to the ground. Once he fell to the ground, just the weight of the spirit beasts itself could squash him to death. Look, just as everyone was worried, someone suddenly shouted, and the crowd turned their gazes over. With a single look, they were all dumbfounded. Through stepping on the floating rock platforms, Zhang Xian was able to alter his movements in air. For some reason, it was as if he could predict where the attacks would come from. At each crucial moment, he would move ever so slightly, and the attacks would pass him by. It was an incomparably dangerous situation each time, but he would always escape completely unharmed. This fearsome calculation ability, and this frightening eye of discernment. The crowd above narrowed their eyes. As master teachers, they clearly understood how difficult this feat was. One had to be familiar with each of the spirit beast's habits, attacking patterns, movement speeds, strengths. Only with a thorough and accurate understanding of each and every aspect of the spirit beasts could one make such precise predictions. In other words, in that brief moment that Zhang Xian was examining the situation, not only did he calculate the locations of the formation flag, he even thoroughly predicted the various possible attacking trajectories of the spirit beasts and planned his path of descent. Otherwise, how could he possibly maneuver around so smoothly and adeptly in the midst of that huge torrent of attacks? How formidable must his eye of discernment be? How powerful must his mental calculation capacity be? Was this still humanly possible? Hoo. Oblivious to everyone's shock and frenzy, Zhang Xian adeptly maneuvered around the spirit beasts, and around 10 breaths later, he finally arrived at the space in the direct center of the gorge, right above the fighting master teachers and spirit beasts. Go! Wong. The hundreds of formation flags which he held in his hands suddenly buzzed sharply, and so they flew into the surroundings. Isn't this the ability that only 7-star formation masters are capable of utilizing? 100 flags of void sealing? The master teacher who passed the formation flags and jade token to Zhang Xian earlier on turned pale, and he nearly fell from the floating platform from fright. 100 flags of void sealing? What is that? However, most of the master teachers present were unaware of what it represented. After all, this was technical jargon used only by formation masters, so most of those who hadn't learned this occupation were unaware of it. Rumor has it that the psyche of a 7-star master teacher is so powerful that even without a compass, they can accurately determine the spiritual energy intersection points where each flag should be placed. Thus, by throwing the flags to their respective positions simultaneously, they can set up a formation instantaneously. But how can he possibly do it as well? The lips of the master teacher were trembling uncontrollably. To set up a formation master would have to do all kinds of calculations to align their formation with the geographical terrain so as to better bring out its might. Even for 7-star formation masters, executing the 100 flags of void sealing was no easy feat. They would usually only use this technique to set up lower-grade formations, such as grade 4 or grade 5. However, the young man before him was only at the consonant spirit realm, so setting up a grade 5 formation should already be an extremely difficult task for him. And yet, he was still able to use such a profound skill. Is this for real? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Boom. Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, the formation flags flew to their respective positions with the sharp whistle of the wind. Some of them fell in between the fighting master teachers and spirit beasts, while some lodged themselves into the cliffs of the forge. It should have been possible to activate the formation as soon as the formation flags fell in place, but after seeing that there was no response after some time, a master teacher suddenly thought of something, and his face distorted in horror. This is bad. The spiritual energy in this land is far too chaotic for the formation to tap into. Without external spiritual energy to support the formation cannot be activated. The reason he was able to set up a grade 5 primary formation despite having yet to reach Cosmos Bridge Realm wasn't due to his superior talent, but because those flags had been imbued with the Zhenqi of his teacher. The imbued Zhenqi would help the formation flags gather sufficient spiritual energy to bring out the might of the grade 5 formation. However, this could only be done in an environment where the flow of spiritual energy was stable. But the huge battle in the gorge had resulted in a massive turbulence in the spiritual energy in the surroundings. Even if the formation flags were put in position, Zhang Shi would still be unable to tap into the Zhenqi imbued in the formation flags to activate the formation. Just as the group was at a complete loss before the dire situation, the anxious voice of the young man before boomed in their ears. Prepare yourselves. East, throw your spirit stones 2 steps to your left. West, throw your spirit stones 4 steps to the right. Yes, they had no idea what the other party was up to, but they didn't have time to think so much about it anymore. The master teachers in the 4 teams, north, south, east, and west, gathered their jinchi and tossed the spirit stones in their hands out. Woo woo woo. 52 people threw out a total of 520 middle-tier spirit stones simultaneously into the battlefield. Roar. Upon seeing the huge rain of spirit stones, the spirit beasts were taken aback. Sensing danger, they pounced into the air and attacked the spirit stones. Voila! As if a storm, the powerful torrent of attacks swept the spirit stones away from their original trajectory. It's over. The group stared at the sight in trepidation. Zhang Shi had most probably calculated the trajectory of the spirit stone's descent accurately before issuing precise instructions. However, with the trajectories messed up by the attacks of the spirit stones, their plan was going to fail. Neg Wong Wong Wong. Just when they thought that this operation was a failure, the spirit stones which had their trajectories altered struck the ground beneath Zhang Xian at the very same instant. Boom! As soon as they came contact with the ground, a powerful surge of spiritual energy suddenly burst into the surroundings, sweeping across the formation flags. This, Zhang Shi, actually predicted the attacks from the spirit beasts as well? Innumerable pupils dilated upon that sight. The sight before them was within Zhang Shi's calculations as well? In other words, he knew that the spirit beasts would attack the spirit stones upon seeing them. Taking that into account, he made the precise calculations for the spirit stones to clash with one another beneath his feet before issuing specific instructions to each group as to how they should toss their spirit stones. The situation was so inconceivable that it felt like some supernatural power was at work. Just as everyone's face was pale with shock, Zhang Xian coldly bellowed, "Activate!" And with a furious stomp, a surge of zhenqi shot out. Wong. Taking in the concentrated spiritual energy in the air, the formation flags began to buzz, and a thick layer of mist cloaked the master teachers and spirit beasts in the gorge instantly. Illusory footsteps beguilement formation activated. Through the burst of spiritual energy caused by the collision of spirit stones, order was re-established in the flow of spiritual energy in the surroundings for a brief instant, allowing the formation to be activated. How deep must one's understanding of formations be to do this? Even Grandmaster Tao Ran, who created this illusory footsteps beguilement formation, would surely be incapable of such a feat. The 3 master teachers from Luoyuan Empire were completely dumbstruck by the sight before them. It had only been a few short breaths since Zhang Shi had leaped down from the floating rock platform, but the heck had it been frightening. One after another, the impossible had been realized easily by that young man's hand. With the activation of the formation, all of the spirit beasts and master teachers are trapped. As long as we move carefully now, we should be able to save all of the master teachers. Seeing the activation of the formation, Luo Xian, Ruohuan Gongzi, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. With the beguilement formation veiling their sight and confounding their senses, it was impossible for the spirit beasts and master teachers to continue battling. At least, until the formation was inactivated, the master teachers were safe. Indeed, as expected of Zhang Shi, to be able to think of and carry out such a plan, the crowd nodded. Hong Long. Just as everyone had just heaved a sigh of relief, a deafening reverberation suddenly sounded in the formation, and the mist billowed furiously. Sage *T. The spirit beasts are intending to break the formation using brute force, a Luoyuan Empire master teacher exclaimed. Chapter 710. Barging into the beguilement formation, it was no easy feat for an amateur to break a formation, but with sufficient strength, it was still possible to do so through brute force. If someone were to attempt to trap Zhang Xian with a grade 3 formation now, even without using the Eye of Insight of Library of Heaven's Path, he would be able to crush the formation with just his fists. No matter how powerful a formation might be, there would surely be a limit to its durability. If it were to suffer damage beyond its durability limit, it would instantaneously collapse. Before supreme power, everything else was fleeting. The illusory footsteps beguilement formation that the Luoyuan Empire Master Teacher had provided was a Grade 5 primary formation. While it could trap Cosmos Bridge Realm cultivators, it would be hard for it to do the same to stronger opponents. The strongest of these spirit beasts were only at the Cosmos Bridge Realm, but there were too many of them. Put their prowess together, and even a transcendent mortal 7-Dan perfect harmonization realm expert would have to retreat in fear. With this force directed toward the formation, it was unlikely that the formation would be able to hold on for too long. Break the formation using brute force? Hearing those words, the faces of the crowd turned pale. It was just a moment ago that they'd thought that they would be able to save everyone in the gorge, but in the next moment, the formation was already on the verge of breaking. What should they do now? Were they to watch by from the sidelines as the formation was torn apart, and the master teachers were plunged into danger once more? After everything they had done? Luo Xin turned to the master teacher from Luoyuan Empire and asked, "You possess the deepest understanding of this formation. Is there any way to salvage the situation?" The gazes of the others also hurriedly shot over. The formation flags and blueprint were provided by him, so perhaps he might have a way to sustain the formation. Salvage the situation? With a bitter smile, the Luoyuan Empire Master Teacher shook his head and said, "There is indeed a way, but it's impossible to succeed." Impossible to succeed? What is it? With so many of us here, we might just be able to find a way to accomplish it, Luo Xin urged. They had 52 Master Teachers here, and a handful of them were Formation Masters as well. As long as the other party could point out a direction for them, they just might be able to accomplish it somehow. At this moment, our numbers don't mean anything. The Luoyuan Empire Master Teacher sighed. The Illusory Steps Beguilement formation is a Grade 5 primary formation, but if reinforced by a 5-star formation master, it could display the strength of a Grade 5 intermediate or even advanced formation. By then, it would be impossible for these spirit beasts to break out of the formation using brute force. 5-star formation master? Zhang Shi's understanding of formations should be on par with a 5-star formation master. Wouldn't that work? Ruohuan Gongzi couldn't help but ask. Since Zhang Shi was able to set up even a Grade 5 formation so easily, surely reinforcing a formation wouldn't pose any trouble at all. You don't understand what I am saying. By 5-star formation master, I am saying that the person's cultivation must reach Cosmos Bridge Realm as well. Zhang Shi's comprehension of formations is indeed formidable, but his cultivation is still limited at the consonant spirit realm. Without sufficient strength, he won't be able to bring out the true might of the power my teacher has imbued into the formation. The Luoyuan Empire Master Teacher explained. Everyone clenched their fists tightly in frustration. With their collective strength, they would have been able to help with anything else, but the Cosmos Bridge Realm. With the formation on the verge of collapsing, it was impossible for anyone to achieve a breakthrough within this short period of time. In other words, it was impossible for them to reinforce the formation. That brother you from before has reached the Cosmos Bridge Realm, but it's too late to look for him now. Luo Xin clenched his jaws in frustration. Among the freshmen, the only one he knew to have reached Cosmos Bridge Realm was the brother Yu whom he had met just before the entrance examination. However, the other party was nowhere to be seen at the moment. Besides, considering the conflict between Zhang Shi and him, it would be nigh impossible to gain his assistance. After a moment of hesitation, one master teacher suggested, "Since it has come down to this, why don't we leave the gorge to try and get the help of other examinees in the area? Otherwise, once the formation collapses and the spirit beasts break loose, we will all be doomed." However, halfway through his words, he suddenly noticed the bizarre silence amidst the group. Looking up, he saw each and every one of them staring at the battlefield below with a frenzied look on their faces. What happened? Frowning, he shifted his gaze downward, and his mouth slowly widened. In the midst of the wavering formation, Zhang Shi stood on a floating rock platform, and his aura was rising steadily. Hong Long Long. He furiously absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy through his acupoints, and the absurd speed of his absorption induced a deep rumbling reminiscent of thunder in the gorge. A magnificent bridge connecting him to the world could vaguely be seen behind him. At this moment, he looked exceptionally tall and powerful, as if an undefeatable god of war. He is trying to achieve a breakthrough to the Cosmos Bridge realm? The master teacher's lip quivered uncontrollably, and he nearly burst into tears. To advance to the Cosmos Bridge realm, other consonant spirit realm pinnacle cultivators would have their teacher stand guard for them in case of any problems, and all kinds of resources would be prepared by their sides so as to prevent exhaustion whenever required. Even so, it would still take several days of hard work before they could achieve the breakthrough. And yet, this fellow actually made the breakthrough on the spot, just because he required his cultivation to be at the Cosmos Bridge realm in order to reinforce the formation. What the heck was this? Boom. Amidst his shocked trembling, Zhang Xian widened his mouth and swallowed the faint bridge in the air. His body rumbled, and his aura began to surge furiously. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid gas, the young man opened his eyes, and a bright gleam shone from his eyes. His movements were extremely graceful, seemingly aligned with nature itself. Cosmos Bridge realm? He really made the breakthrough just like that? Isn't this a little way too easy? Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Never had they ever seen someone achieve a breakthrough so quickly in their life. After 2 or 3 breaths, a consonant spirit realm pinnacle cultivator had become a Cosmos Bridge realm cultivator. Brother, are you sure you aren't an expert who came here just to toy with us? Oblivious to the frenzied crowd, Zhang Xian glanced at the shaking formation beneath him and muttered, "There's no time for me to continue." Under normal circumstances, possessing the entire Cosmos Bridge realm heaven's path divine art, he would strive for Cosmos Bridge realm pinnacle in a single breath. However, with the formation teetering on the brink of collapse, he couldn't afford to wait any longer. Stabilize. With a flick of his finger, a surge of zhenqi shot out from his hand. The surge of zhenqi further divided into several hundred streams, permeating throughout the entire formation. Jai. Under the nourishment of the heaven's path zhenqi, the thinning mist abruptly thickened once more. The illusory steps beguilement formation, which had been shaking violently under the rampage of the spirit beasts, gradually stabilized as well. He succeeded. The formation has been reinforced. The excitement and agitation of the crowd were palpable. Admiration seeped into their gazes as they looked at the young man below. To reach Cosmos Bridge realm on a whim, was that young man still human? This was especially so for Ruohuan Gongzi, Luo Xian, and the others. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, they were on the verge of fainting from shock. They had seen the other party making the breakthrough for Yinyang Realm to clarifying Turbidity Realm during the Master-Teacher Tournament in Myriad Kingdom City with their own eyes. Barely a month had passed, and he was already a Cosmos Bridge Realm expert. They were still thinking of competing with him after reaching the Master-Teacher Academy, but they could no longer muster the confidence to do so. Heaving a sigh of relief, Zhang Xian climbed back up and instructed, "All right. Since the beguilement formation has stabilized, let's hurry up and save the master teachers inside." You're right. However, given that spirit beasts are roaming inside the formation as well, how can we ensure that we will be able to stay out of their path? A master teacher within the crowd asked. The activation of the beguilement formation had halted the battle momentarily and trapped the spirit beasts, thus providing an opportunity to save the master teachers. However, things weren't as simple as they seemed. The spirit beasts weren't dead yet. It was still possible to encounter them in the beguilement formation, and the chances of that were indeed relatively high considering the number of spirit beasts trapped inside the formation. Furthermore, the beguilement formation didn't discriminate against friend and foe. In other words, the master teachers inside were also affected by it. Of course, the master teachers could try leaping up onto the floating platforms and attempt to escape from the beguilement formation. However, under the circumstances where even their sense of direction was confounded, it would be difficult for them to differentiate between up and down. On top of that, to truly escape from the formation, they would have to find the life gate first. The illusory steps beguilement formation wouldn't be called a grade 5 formation if it were so easy to escape from. In the end, the beguilement formation was just a means to buy some time for those inside. Zhang Xian glanced at the beguilement formation and replied, I see. Wait here then. I'll head in to save them. Zhang Shi, you mustn't. Even though you are a formation master, your senses will still be confounded in the beguilement formation. It'll be a disaster if you were to be trapped with the spirit beasts inside. Everyone was horrified by Zhang Xian's words. Even though Zhang Xian had reached Cosmos Bridge Realm, there were plenty of Cosmos Bridge Realm spirit beasts inside the formation as well. There was no way he could stand against so many powerful spirit beasts. Trapped? Zhang Xian shook his head before instructing, there will be some injured among the master teachers inside, so prepare to receive and treat them. After which, leaving no time for the crowd to react, he leaped straight into the beguilement formation. Zhang Shi, the crowd's vision darkened, and they nearly fainted on the spot. To leap right into the beguilement formation. What if he leaped right into a swarm of spirit beasts? Even if he was tired of living, this wasn't the way to seek death. A master teacher amid the crowd asked, what do we do? There's no need to panic. Zhang Shi would never do anything reckless. Since he dared to leap into the formation, he must have his own plan. Ruohuan Gongzi assured. Others might not know Zhang Shi well, but he knew that the other party would never do anything he was unconfident of. Considering how the other party jumped in without any hesitation, he must have a plan in mind. Indeed, didn't Zhang Shi tell us to prepare to receive the casualties? Since he said those words, he must have found a way to save the master teachers inside. Luo Xin added, a plan in mind? What plan could he come up with? Even if he has a thorough understanding of formations, he still can't possibly stand against so many spirit beasts alone. That is unless he finds a way to circumvent the spirit beasts to save the others. Since Zhang Shi was able to set up a grade 5 formation and achieve a breakthrough to the Cosmos Bridge Realm so easily, he might just really accomplish this impossible feat. After a momentary discussion, the crowd turned their gazes back to the battlefield. Zhang Xian had already disappeared amidst the thick layer of mist. It was impossible for him to fight against so many spirit beasts single-handedly. The only possible solution was for him to circumvent the spirit beasts and guide the master teachers out. However, there were several hundred spirit beasts in the beguilement formation. Even if Zhang Shi knew how to navigate around the formation, was it really possible to circumvent all of them? Roar, roar, roar. While everyone was tense, ferocious roars abruptly sounded from the midst. It seemed like Zhang Xian had encountered with some of the spirit beasts. Did Zhang Shi encounter the spirit beasts? If that was really it, he would be in grave danger. What do we do? Anxious, everyone was tempted to rush in to help him. However, before they could even move, another wave of roars sounded. However, it wasn't a ferocious roar this time. Rather, it seemed like the spirit beasts had encountered something sinister and terrifying. It was tinged with fear and apprehension. Roar, 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 following which, screams of agony reverberated throughout the gorge, threatening to burst one's eardrum. Rather than Zhang Shi, it seemed like it was the spirit beasts who were in danger. What is going on? Everyone stared at one another bewilderedly. Chapter 7:11. Tamed? Within the mist, Zhang Xian slowly advanced. Before his eye of insight, a grade 5 beguilement formation meant nothing to him at all. The spirit beasts and master teachers in the formation might be unable to see him, but he could see every single movement they were making as clear as day. With a swift motion, he silently snuck up to a spirit beast and struck it with his palm. Putong. The spirit beast immediately collapsed to the ground. Having reached the Cosmos Bridge Realm, his Zhunqi strength had reached 5,500,000 ding, a might comparable to a Cosmos Bridge Realm advanced stage expert. Even though the spirit beasts weren't weak, how could they stand against such powerful might? Cosmos Bridge Realm primary stage 4 million ding, intermediate stage 4,800,000 ding, advanced stage 5,600,000 ding, pinnacle 6,200,000 ding. The spirit beast tried to struggle to its feet in order to fight its assailant, but at that moment, a voice sounded by its ear. Submit or die. These words were spoken in the ancient beast language. Roar. Given that the master teachers had come to the mountain to hunt them, it thought that the only option it had was to fight to its death. Thus, when Zhang Xian presented an offer to the spirit beast, it hesitated. It could choose to fight its assailant to the death, but having experienced the immense might of the other party, it knew that its chances of victory were extremely slim. After a short moment of contemplation, it gritted its teeth and kneeled down. As soon as it submitted, it felt a warm surge of energy flowing into its body. In an instant, not only did it recover from its injuries, its bloodline also became purer under the nourishment of the energy. Roar! The spirit beast's eyes reddened in agitation. It knew that this was a hard-to-come-by opportunity for it to raise its cultivation, so it immediately bowed earnestly to express its submission. Following which, Zhang Xian instructed the spirit beast to stay put before advancing ahead. Even though Elder Imo had said that these spirit beasts had hurt many innocent civilians, a life was still a life. If there was an option, he would rather tame them than kill them. Of course, if the spirit beast refused to submit, he wouldn't hesitate to kill them either. On a battlefield, showing mercy to one's enemy was foolish. As he proceeded deeper into the mist, the screams of agony from the spirit beasts continued to echo ceaselessly in the gorge. As time passed, the number of tamed spirit beasts increased, and the casualties from the obstinate faction piled up as well. As Zhang Xian headed from spirit beast to spirit beast in the formation, he also made use of this opportunity to absorb the spiritual energy in the air to advance and reinforce his cultivation. A whirlpool of spiritual energy had formed in the beguilement formation due to the burst of spiritual energy from the 520 middle-tier spirit stones. Since he could save some spirit stones, it would be a waste if he didn't make full use of this opportunity. 2 hours later, he successfully reached Cosmos Bridge Realm Pinnacle. At the same time, he had also finished dealing with the several hundred spirit beasts in the area. The only ones remaining in the area were those who chose to submit to him. Having reached Cosmos Bridge Realm Pinnacle, his strength had increased to 8 million ding, a might comparable to perfect harmonization realm primary stage cultivators. Taking into account the 4 million ding from his physical body and 3,200,000 ding from his soul cultivation, he could match up to even a transcendent mortal 8 Dan primary stage expert. If he were to encounter that young man from the Yuan clan once more, he would be able to defeat the latter easily even without using his clone. I am done dealing with the spirit beasts. It should be fine to deactivate the formation now. After scanning the area once more with his eye of insight, Zhang Xian verified that he had finished dealing with all of the spirit beasts. With a chuckle, he stomped his feet. The formation came to a halt, the thick mist in the gorge abruptly vanished, and the battlefield came into sight once more. At the very center of the gorge, 200 master teachers were sitting on the floor. Some were treating their own injuries while others were attempting to recover their zhenqi. They had followed the spirit beasts in hope of hunting them down, but who knew that it was actually a scheme, and they would end up being the prey instead. Nearly every single one of them had sustained significant injuries. If not for the beguilement formation the young man had set up, they might have all died by now. A pale-faced master teacher who was still recuperating from his injuries exclaimed, "I know that man. He is Zhang Xian Zhangshi from Huanyu Empire. He possesses a half-9 Dan great violet-winged beast. I had the honor of meeting him at the bazaar previously." Even though he had only caught a glimpse of Zhang Xian amidst the crowd back in the bazaar, he was still able to recognize the latter. This fellow had offered transcendent, mortal 8 Dan inner cores in exchange for Cosmos Bridge Realm cultivation technique manuals, and this matter had caused a huge storm in the bazaar. There were none who were present in the bazaar then who would be unfamiliar with his name. Just that, as only a small proportion of the 30,000 freshmen had visited the bazaar, there were also many freshmen who were unaware of Zhang Xian's identity. Half-9 Dan tamed beast? Does that mean that there's hope for us? A master teacher clenched his fists expectantly. It's not that simple. Another slightly older master teacher shook his head. There are around 400 spirit beasts here, and nearly half of them have reached Cosmos Bridge Realm. On top of that, due to the narrow space in the gorge, this place is highly disadvantageous to the great violet-winged beast, who specializes in speedy maneuvers. Even though the other party has set up a beguilement formation to rescue us, considering how it is unlikely that he will be able to maneuver through the formation himself, all it does is to delay the inevitable. The single spirit beast might not pose much of a threat, but surely several hundreds of them together would. If an army of soldiers were to strike simultaneously, even a top-notch expert could be destroyed. This was precisely how each royal family was able to maintain firm control over their nation. Such was the sight before them as well. The fact that 400 spirit beasts were lying in wait to ambush them here meant that they had already formed an alliance. In this narrow gorge, an aerial spirit beast would find it hard to avoid all of the attacks from the spirit beast alliance. It would just be a matter of time before it was worn down and defeated. Then, are we to just wait for death? The master teacher's complexion looked extremely awful. There's no point thinking about it. Let's just recuperate for the time being and face whatever comes our way. Our only hope is for Elder Imo to notice the dire situation we are in and come over to save us. There's nothing else we can do. The older master teacher sighed deeply. He was partially at fault for putting everyone into this crisis. It was his greed that had led them into this trap. Wait, something is amiss. Ding Shi, why do I hear screams of agony from the spirit beasts? Is it possible that Zhang Shi is maneuvering around the formation to deal with them one by one? Another master teacher asked. Quite a few desolate screams from the spirit beasts had sounded since the activation of the beguilement formation. Could someone be dealing with the spirit beasts? You are too naive. Ding Shi shook his head. The spirit beasts are clearly exploiting the lack of visibility to lure us in. Even if that isn't the case, the sound is likely just an effect of the beguilement formation. Lure us in? As a 4-star beast tamer, I can discern the emotions behind the voices of spirit beasts. Even though their voices sound anguished, there is an excited undertone to it. Clearly, they think of us as fish in a net. They know that we are cornered, and they are waiting excitedly for the moment when the beguilement formation runs out of energy and collapses. Ding Shi said. Even though he couldn't comprehend the ancient beast language and couldn't comprehend the meaning behind the spirit beast's words, that didn't hinder him from perceiving their emotions. Their voices were intermixed with anguish and excitement. Perhaps they might have found an idea to clear them in a single sweep. All right, let's focus on recuperating so that we can pull as many of those bastards down to the grave with us. At this point, Ding Shi was just about to advise the master teachers not to pin their hopes on the uncertain when the formation before them suddenly shook violently. Grim expressions surfaced on the master teachers' faces in the area. Ding Shi got to his feet and yelled furiously, "The formation is going to collapse soon. Grab your weapons and prepare for battle." Wong. But before he could finish his words, the thick mist concealing their sight vanished completely, following which they saw a young man slowly walking up to them. Everyone was dumbfounded. "All right, you were saved," the young man said calmly. Saved? Astounded by those words, everyone hurriedly turned to look at the surroundings, only to see the spirit beasts which had bared their fangs at them just a few hours ago kneeling on the floor respectfully. And walking through the kneeling spirit beasts, the young man resembled an indomitable conqueror. They are all tamed? Taming 400 spirit beasts in just 2 hours? Soon, everyone realized what was going on. However, coming to understand the reality of the situation only deepened their shock. Other beast tamers had to offer all kinds of artifacts and fawn on a spirit beast in order to persuade it to submit to them. Yet, just by setting up a beguilement formation, this young man had actually managed to tame so many spirit beasts within 2 hours. Was this for real? They weren't the only shocked ones. Upon seeing the formation disappear, Ruohuan Gongzi and the others also thought that they would be in for a difficult battle. However, upon seeing this sight, they nearly fainted from astonishment. How powerful must one be to tame 400 spirit beasts in 2 hours? Brother, is there anything that can contain you in this universe? Amidst the shock, someone suddenly shouted, "Wait, something isn't quite right. Take a look at Zhang Shi's cultivation." Hearing those words, everyone's gazes fell on Zhang Xian. That single glance made their bodies tremor uncontrollably. and they nearly fell from the stone platform. It was just a moment ago that Zhang Shi had just reached the Cosmos Bridge realm, but currently, his strength felt perpetual, reminiscent of an unrelenting river. Somehow, it reminded them of the sight of myriad tributaries converging into an ocean. Convergence of myriad tributaries. This is a sign of one being on the verge of reaching perfect harmonization realm. He has reached Cosmos Bridge realm pinnacle. Didn't he just reach Cosmos Bridge realm a moment ago? Rubbing their eyes forcefully, everyone felt as though they were going mad. They had all met top-notch geniuses who advanced swiftly in their cultivation, but never had they witnessed anything as stupefying as this. Right after a breakthrough, he actually shot from primary stage to pinnacle in a single breath. How the heck did he cultivate? Even bamboo shoots didn't grow as quickly as him. Zhang Shi must have used some kind of secret art to raise his cultivation so as to save them. Otherwise, how could he possibly tame so many spirit beasts within such a short period of time? Indeed, there are 400 spirit beasts here. Unless one wields overwhelming strength, how could one win the loyalty of all of them? The crowd clenched their fists tightly. As master teachers, they knew how difficult cultivating was, so they immediately discounted the possibility that Zhang Xian had achieved a breakthrough. Instead, they thought that he had paid a heavy price using some secret art to temporarily raise his cultivation. Given that half of the spirit beasts present here possessed the strength of Cosmos Bridge realm, the only way to tame them quickly was to overpower them. His self-sacrificial spirit to save his fellow peers was indeed worthy of respect. Amidst everyone's astonishment and admiration, Zhang Xian suddenly announced, "The spirit beasts I have killed and tamed should provide sufficient points for all of you to clear the examination. There's no need for you to hunt spirit beasts anymore. You should report back to the starting line." Following which, the young man leaped up the floating rock platforms. Sufficient points for us to clear the examination? Zhang Shi means that he wants us to take these spirit beasts and inner cores back to clear the examination? But these are the spirit beasts he tamed and killed personally. Is he giving them to us? Staring at the figure disappearing from the gorge, the crowd clenched their fists tightly and their eyes reddened. To selflessly act with the welfare of humanity in mind, this was a true master teacher. Chapter 712. Myriad Anthive Queen. After a moment of silence, Ding Shi glanced at the master teachers in the surroundings and asked, "Even though Zhang Shi cares not for these spirit beasts, can we really, shamelessly claim these spirit beasts for ourselves?" As master teachers, they had their pride and moral compass. If not for Zhang Shi, we might have died by now. If we were to claim his hard work for ourselves after all that, we would be worse than beasts. They already owed a debt of gratitude to Zhang Shi for saving them. If they were to take the other party's items for themselves after all of that, how could they possibly face the other party in the future? How could they face their own consciences? Scanning the surroundings, Ding Shi said, "Since everyone here shares the same thoughts, I have a suggestion." At this moment, Ruohuan Gongzi, Luo Xian, and others from Huanyu Empire's party had also scaled down the floating rock platforms and into the gorge. "Ding Shi, please speak." The crowd's gaze fell on him. "Since Zhang Shi told us to return, let's listen to his words. We'll take these spirit beasts to report back at the starting line." However, Ding Shi suddenly paused. "Each of us shall only claim a single point to clear the examination. We will place whatever is left under Zhang Shi's name. It is only right that we do that. Indeed, these spirit beasts were tamed and killed by Zhang Shi. Of course, we should put the points under his name." Hearing those words, the crowd immediately nodded in agreement. Elder Imo had already said that the points were cumulative and transferable. Since these spirit beasts were tamed and killed by Zhang Shi, they could just claim a single point to pass the examination while passing the remaining sum to Zhang Shi. Such respectable conduct should be made known to the teachers and elders of the academy. This was what they should do, and this was what they believed in as well. Having decided on the matter, the group quickly brought the spirit beasts and inner cores down the mountain. Oblivious of their decision, Zhang Xian leaped out of the gorge and flitted alongside the cliff, headed to the top of the mountain. A conjecture of his had been confirmed while he was in the midst of taming the spirit beasts earlier on. Previously, when he realized that the spirit beasts were luring master teachers into an ambush they prepared orderly, a doubt had emerged in his mind. How did these fellows uncover the tracks of the master teachers and avoid the traps they had laid for them? After all, the spirit beasts that were in charge of luring the spirit beasts were only at consonant spirit realm. It was impossible for them to notice traps that even most master teachers had difficulty perceiving, unless someone had been guiding them from behind. With this deduction in mind, Zhang Shi interrogated the spirit beasts he had tamed to gather news from them. Under his questioning, he managed to uncover some significant information. The reason they were able to precisely locate the master teachers and avoid their traps was indeed due to a spirit beast guiding them from the rear. Perfect Harmonization Realm Primary Stage Spirit Beast, Myriad Ant Hive Queen. Through interrogating the spirit beasts, he had managed to uncover the mastermind behind the entire operation. The myriad ant was an extremely rare savage beast. It was around the size of an ant, and it was able to fly freely in the mountains without being noticed. These little things might mean nothing much to experts. They could easily crush one with their fingers. But what was truly fearsome was the being that stood behind them. Anthive Queen. The myriad Anthive Queen had a physique comparable to a human. While it was incapable of flight, it could control several 10,000 myriad ants simultaneously to scout an area. The reason why those spirit beasts were able to notice the master teacher's ambushes in advance was due to the Anthive Queen scouting via the myriad ants and relaying the news. As Zhang Xian advanced in the direction pointed out to him by the spirit beasts, with a deep frown on his forehead, he muttered, "Why would the myriad Anthive Queen help those spirit beasts?" The myriad Anthive Queen was a perfect harmonization realm spirit beast. On top of that, with so many myriad ants scouting in its stead, it could easily predict the movements of those that could pose a threat to it and take precautions in advance. As such, it was extremely difficult for the examinees to harm it. There was no reason for it to organize the other spirit beasts to deal with the humans. After all, if Elder Imo were to find out that it was doing so, it would be difficult for it to preserve its life. After some thought, Zhang Xian was still unable to figure out the aims of the myriad Anthive Queen. Thus, he shook this question out of his head. Its motive doesn't matter at all. What I am interested in is the myriad Anthive nest. Naturally, Zhang Xian wasn't so magnanimous as to give the spirit beasts he had tamed and killed away to others. The only reason he did so was because he heard mention of the myriad Anthive Queen, and there was an artifact that the latter possessed that he dearly wanted. Myriad Anthive Nest. It was through the myriad Anthive Nest that the myriad Anthive Queen was able to bring and summon myriad ants wherever it went. The myriad Anthive Nest was similar to a storage ring, but its interior was imbued with spiritual energy, allowing life forms to survive in it. In other words, as long as there was sufficient space in the myriad Anthive Nest, one could even put a human in it. As a storage ring wasn't suited for storing living beings, it was extremely troublesome for Zhang Xian to switch place with his clone. However, if he could obtain the myriad Anthive Nest, he would be able to hide within it whenever he needed his clone to appear in public. In fact, he could even store the great violet-winged beast inside. He would be able to catch his opponent off guard by summoning it in the midst of a battle. This was especially so given his identity as a beast tamer. He could store all of his tamed beasts inside the nest, and he would have a mobile army with him at all times. As such, he immediately rushed over as soon as the situation at the gorge cleared up. There was nothing more important than this at the moment. He was even willing to give the spirit beasts and tamed beasts to the master teachers just so that he could get to the myriad Anthive Queen as soon as possible. After all, the Anthive Queen should have known by now that he had saved the master teachers. If it were to escape or hide, it would be difficult to find it once more. Through the eye of insight, he was able to see the usually indiscernible myriad ants clearly in the air. Flapping their wings furiously, they were all heading in a certain direction. Concealing his aura, Zhang Xian silently followed behind them. Since these myriad ants had to report back to the Anthive Queen, he would surely be able to find the latter by following them. Given his current cultivation, There was no difficulty in hiding his presence from the myriad ants, who were mere savage beasts. Advancing ahead, he saw a few more groups of spirit beasts attempting to lure the examinees into a trap. However, seeing that the situation wasn't as dangerous as the previous encirclement, he chose not to interfere. An hour later, he reached the middle mark of Leiyuan Peak. At the current point, he was already several thousand meters above ground level, and the air was even colder than before. White clouds drifted in the surroundings, creating an illusion as if one were treading on clouds. The further Zhang Xian proceeded up the mountain, the fewer examinees he saw. At this point, he barely saw anyone else anymore. Could the ant hive queen be in the valley ahead? Watching as the myriad ants dive into a lush valley, Zhang Xian chose to hide behind an enormous tree to assess the area inside before making a move. The valley was huge, extending far into the horizon. Around 300 meters away, there was a large cavern hidden beneath the shadows. To think that there would be some familiar faces here. Zhang Xian chuckled. There were two men standing at the entrance of the cavern, and surprisingly, Zhang Xian was actually able to recognize them. They were Senior Feng and Brother Yu, the man who made the bet with him earlier before the examination. At this moment, the duo was standing outside the cavern with a burning incense stick in their hands. The smoke of the incense slowly drifted into the interior of the cavern. Beast-scale incense? It's no wonder that fellow dared to make the bet with me. It seems like he does have a trump card to fall back on. Upon seeing the incense, Zhang Xian nodded in realization. Unlike normal incense sticks, the surface of the beast-scale incense was marked with grayish inscriptions, reminiscent of scales. After lighting it with one's zhenqi, the smoke produced by the incense would drift in the direction determined by the will of the person who lit it. This item was crafted using the scales of high-tier spirit beasts, and it carried a unique scent that possessed a deadly charm to weaker spirit beasts. If they were to inhale too much of it, it could even lull them to sleep. Rumor had it that the method of producing beast-scale incense had already been lost, so they were extremely rare and invaluable. It was probably due to this artifact that Brother Yu dared to make the bet with him. With this artifact in hand, he would be able to attract countless spirit beasts over to him easily. It seemed like that fellow had slain quite a few spirit beasts and procured their inner cores already. As for the reason why they were here, could it be that they had noticed the myriad ant hive queen and intended to kill it? Standing in front of the cavern, Feng Wu asked in disbelief, "Brother Yu, is there really a perfect harmonization realm spirit beast inside?" "Don't worry. I have made many preparations for this examination. Not only did I procure a beast-scale incense, I even brought a few seeking mice here." Brother Yu chuckled as a snow-white mouse jumped from his bosom. The seeking mouse was a unique savage beast that possessed an exceptionally sensitive nose. Once it locked onto a scent, it would be able to find the source even when worlds apart. Back then, when Lu Chong had been attacked by Lin Lang and hid in the royal palace's book collection vault, this creature had been the one that betrayed his location. This isn't an ordinary seeking mouse? Taking a glance, Senior Feng realized that there was a black streak trailing down from the seeking mouse's head to its tail, and this had left him perplexed. He had seen a seeking mouse in the past as well, but he recalled its fur to be completely white like snow. Why would it have a black streak trailing down from its head? Of course not. Considering how ordinary seeking mice are only savage beasts, how could they possibly accurately pinpoint the location of spirit beasts? This is a mutated breed, golden seeking mouse, and it has long reached the level of a spirit beast. What is unique about it is that it has been fed with the feces of high-tier spirit beast from young. Once let loose, it is able to track down all spirit beasts in a radius of several dozen kilometers. Brother Yu stroked the golden seeking mouse in his hand gleefully. He had spent a hefty price to purchase this golden seeking mouse just so as to achieve results so astounding that he could attract the eyes of the elders to him. And from the looks of it, it seemed to be working as planned. This golden seeking mouse is the one that told me that there is a perfect harmonization realm spirit beast inside. Brother Yu chuckled. Considering that it is a perfect harmonization realm spirit beast, what should we do if the beast-scale incense fails to work on it? Hearing the confirmation from the other party, Senior Feng still felt a little unnerved. His cultivation realm was only at half Cosmos Bridge, whereas Brother Yu's was at Cosmos Bridge realm primary stage. If the perfect harmonization realm spirit beast managed to maintain its consciousness before the beast scale incense, their lives would be in danger. It is not like you are unaware of the properties of the beast scale incense. There's no spirit beast beneath transcendent mortal 8 Dan that can withstand its potency. Furthermore, even if it fails, I still have other aces up my sleeves. You need not worry. Brother Yu declared confidently. How could he possibly rush to this cavern knowing that there was a perfect harmonization realm spirit beast inside if he hadn't prepared anything else? Other than the beast scale incense, he also had a grade 5 formation plate in his possession. If that fellow really dared to come charging at them, that would be the last thing it ever did. Chapter 713. Taming the Ant Hive Queen. Even though the beast scale incense has the effect of inducing drowsiness in spirit beasts, it is unlikely to work on the myriad ant hive queen. Taking the scene before him into sight, Zhang Xian shook his head. The beast scale incense had a powerful trancing effect that would put even transcendent, mortal 7 Dan pinnacle spirit beasts to sleep with just a single whiff. However, it just so happened that the myriad ant hive queen was an exception. A life form that could control thousands of myriad ants. How powerful must its soul be? How could it be easy to make it faint? If they were to continue down this path, they would be in trouble once the myriad ant hive queen emerged. I must get the myriad ant hive nest by all costs. It won't be easy for me to get the ant hive nest once they realize that the spirit beast inside the cavern is the ant hive queen. Zhang Xian didn't worry about the safety of the duo. After all, how could one who could acquire even the invaluable beast scale incense not possibly have even more formidable life preservation means? What he was more concerned with at the moment was how he should keep the others from realizing what was inside. The ant hive queen was an incomparably rare spirit beast. Even if one were to comb through the entire Hongyuan Empire, they might not be able to find a second one. To actually stumble upon one here already took a huge stroke of luck. If it were to land in the other party's hands, it would be impossible for him to get it back anymore. After all, who would be willing to give up an artifact capable of storing an army? Should I knock them out? Zhang Xian stroked his lower jaw as he contemplated what he should do. The easiest way to obtain the myriad ant hive nest was for him to rush in. However, the duo was blocking the entrance to the cavern. To get past them, he would have to knock them out. But if Elder Emo found out and judged it as a violation of the rules, I might be deemed to have failed the examination. That would be a huge loss. As soon as such the thought came into his mind, Zhang Xian quickly shook his head. He had little understanding of the capability of a saint, so he couldn't tell whether Elder Emo had some way of enforcing the rules. Since the latter had spoken against harming other candidates to compete for their prey, if he were to be caught knocking the other party out and taking the myriad ant hive queen, he could land himself in serious trouble. Clone. Thus, Zhang Xian chose to summon his clone. Communicating telepathically with the other party, Zhang Xian executed the red dust heaven ascending steps while hiding himself amidst the lush tree crowns as he moved closer to the cavern. If he had used some movement technique instead, it was unavoidable that he would produce some noise. Such a problem wouldn't occur when he was in flight. As long as he didn't wish to be found, the other party wouldn't be able to notice him easily even if they had reached perfect harmonization realm. Soon, Zhang Xian arrived at a location just several dozen meters away from the cavern, and he hid himself within the shrubs. It has been some time since we lit the beast scale incense. The spirit beast inside should be asleep by now. Should we go in to take a look? After multiple reassurances from Brother Yu, Senior Phone was finally able to put aside his worries. With nothing weighing on his mind, he couldn't help but flush in agitation at the thought of procuring a perfect harmonization realm spirit beast inner core. Elder Mo had said earlier that clarifying turbidity realm pinnacle spirit beast inner core was worth 1 point. A consonant spirit realm primary stage spirit beast was worth 10 points with an increment of 10 points for each small cultivation realm higher. And a Cosmos Bridge realm primary stage spirit beast was worth 100 points with an increment of 100 points for each small cultivation realm higher, so on and so forth. Going by this calculation, A perfect harmonization realm primary stage, spirit beast inner core was worth 1,000 points. This was equivalent to killing 10 Cosmos Bridge realm primary stage, spirit beasts. With such a score, he would be able to earn a good placing despite the strong competition from the other examinees. There's no rush. A perfect harmonization realm spirit beast possesses an exceptionally powerful soul. We should wait a little longer. It would be foolish to get careless now. Brother, you said. He was also excited by the situation before him, but he wasn't about to allow his anxiousness to get in the way of his success. As confident as he was in the beast scale incense, he still felt that he should be careful considering that it was a perfect harmonization realm spirit beast he was dealing with. All right. Senior Feng nodded with glowing eyes. If we can hunt down this one, Brother Yu's points will near 2,000. By then, Zhang Xian will surely be unable to catch up with you, even with the help from his half-9 Dan spirit beast. Recalling the matters that had happened between him and Zhang Xian, he couldn't help but feel slightly stifled. Defeated by a single finger of the other party, he was utterly humiliated to the point that his confidence was shattered. If Brother Yu could defeat the other party in his stead, he might just be able to reassemble the vestiges of his confidence. No matter how powerful his tamed beast may be, he has to be able to find spirit beasts to hunt first. If he can't even find the spirit beasts, how can he obtain any points? Brother Yu sneered coldly as confidence beamed on his face. So what if Zhang Xian had a half-9 Dan spirit beast? Given the other party's capability, he would only be able to find and hunt down a single Cosmos Bridge spirit beast. On the other hand, he was going to hunt down a perfect harmonization realm spirit beast. The other party's defeat was already inevitable. Indeed. Senior Feng nodded in agreement. But at that moment, a strong wind suddenly sounded beyond the valley. Someone is here. Brother Yu's face darkened. Senior Feng also hurriedly turned his sights over. It wasn't easy for them to find such a formidable spirit beast. Sharing it with another was the last thing on their mind. Just as Brother Yu and Senior Feng tensed up warily, the sound of the wind suddenly stopped, following which a deep voice echoed. Those are the marks of a perfect harmonization realm spirit beast. Perfect harmonization realm spirit beast? Hearing those words, Brother Yu and Senior Feng's eyebrows leaped in shock. To be found with such convenient timing, it couldn't be that the other party had followed them here to steal their prey from them, could it? Hoo-hoo. However, it seemed like they were overthinking it. A strong gust of wind suddenly blew in the surroundings once more, but it gradually grew softer and softer. It seemed like the master teacher had gone off in another direction to pursue the perfect harmonization realm spirit beast he had just spoken of. Take care of the beast scale incense. I'll go take a look, instructed Brother Yu before heading out of the valley, unable to hold back his curiosity. Could there really be another perfect harmonization realm spirit beast here? Surely things couldn't be so coincidental? Thus, he dashed out of the forest, only to see a figure rushing up the mountain. However, the figure was already extremely far away, making it hard to identify him clearly. As for the marks of a perfect harmonization realm spirit beast, he combed through the area several times, but there was nothing at all. Now, at this moment, Senior Feng's curious gaze was also directed in the direction where Brother Yu left. The hidden Zhang Xian chuckled softly. And who? He dived discreetly into the cavern without alarming anyone. The one who exclaimed and fled earlier was Zhang Xian's clone. Naturally, his goal was to serve as a distraction, so that Zhang Xian could find an opportunity to slip in. Of course, he had his clone mask his voice and warp his appearance so that it was impossible for the matter to be traced back to him. Who? After slipping into the cavern safely, Zhang Xian immediately activated his Eye of Insight and scanned the surroundings. The interiors of the cavern were dark, cold, and damp. A layer of myriad ants lay unconscious on the ground, passed out under the potent effects of the beast scale incense. Since the beast scale incense could knock out even a normal transcendent mortal 7 Dan spirit beast, how could mere savage beasts possibly remain conscious before it? Zhang Xian slowly ventured deeper into the cavern. A moment later, his eyes lit up. Not too far away, there was a hive around the size of a football hanging from the ceiling. However, it felt warm and smooth as if it was forged out of jade. With just a single glance, it was apparent that it was an extraordinary artifact. Beside the hive was a spirit beast with snow-white fur. With a plump physique, it was around the size of a human. From afar, it resembled a snowman. This is the myriad ant hive queen? Zhang Xian was taken aback. He'd only learnt about the myriad ant hive queen from a brief introduction in a book. There wasn't much of a description on its appearance, so Zhang Xian had assumed that it would look as hideous as the myriad ants. Who knew that it would have such an adorable appearance instead? Hoo. Deep in thought, Zhang Xian failed to control his zhanqi for an instant. The next instant, the snowy white myriad ant hive queen's eyes suddenly locked onto him. So, it abruptly pounced over, and its claws tore down upon Zhang Xian. As expected of a perfect harmonization realm spirit beast, it possessed astonishing offensive power. Before the claw had even reached him, Zhang Xian could already feel an immense pressure pushing down on him, threatening to tear him and the space around him to shreds. Perfect harmonization reflected the eventual convergence of all paths of a cultivator. With this convergence, one's zhanqi would become denser, purer, and more aligned with nature, allowing one to harness greater strength. At the same time, such a convergence also nourished one's soul. A simple claw it might be, but it was derived from a harmony of the body, mind, and spirit. Unimaginable might was harnessed behind that simple claw. Humph! Knowing that it was too late to hide, Zhang Xian gathered his might and countered with a fist. His zhanqi raged furiously in his body. The might of his cosmos bridge realm cultivation, along with the enhancement from his physical body and soul, granted him strength comparable to a transcendent mortal 8-dan. Kacha! The fist and claw collided, and before the myriad ant hive queen could even process what was going on, its snowy body was suddenly sent spinning through midair. It crashed into a wall, leaving a huge dent in it. It was simply too weak to stand against Zhang Xian in a clash of strength. If not for the resilient constitution that spirit beasts possessed, it might have died from that fist. Wong. After being sent flying in the first encounter, the myriad ant hive queen was forced to acknowledge the prowess of the man before it. Realizing the danger it was in, it hurriedly got onto its feet and dashed forward, intending to grab its hive before escaping. You want to escape? Knowing that it would be difficult for him to capture it once it escaped, Zhang Xian stepped against the ground and executed the Heaven's Path movement art. In the blink of an eye, he suddenly appeared in between the myriad ant hive nest and the myriad ant hive queen. With a surge of zhanqi, he sealed the air around the myriad ant hive queen, locking its movements. Given Zhang Xian's current strength, it would be difficult for a perfect harmonization realm expert to break through his seal. Wong. Seeing the human before it preventing it from getting its nest, the myriad ant hive queen panicked. Anxious, it bared its fangs, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth. I must deal with it quickly. Zhang Xian knew that he couldn't waste too much time on the myriad ant hive queen, especially since he had no way of telling when Senior Feng and Brother Yu would come into the cavern. Furthermore, there were countless myriad ants sprawled all over the area. With their numbers, they would be a difficult foe to deal with once the effect of the beast scale incense wore off. Thus, without any hesitation, Zhang Xian gathered his strength and stepped forward. His palm whipped forward swiftly, striking the furry head of the myriad ant hive queen. Pong! Under that powerful palm strike, the myriad ant hive queen was sent crashing back into the wall once more. Large mouthfuls of blood spilled from its mouth. This time, Zhang Xian had utilized a significant portion of his strength. Even despite the resilient defenses of a spirit beast, the myriad ant hive queen still suffered severe injuries. Placing his hands behind his back, Zhang Xian gazed down on the grievously wounded myriad ant hive queen impassively. His throat vibrated slightly as he spoke in the ancient beast language. Submit to me and become my tamed beast, and I can heal you and raise your cultivation. Otherwise, be prepared to die. After which, he flicked a surge of the incredibly pure Heaven's Path zhanqi into the other party's body. As if a refreshing stream of water was cleansing its body, the myriad ant-hive queen felt its pores opening up in relaxation. Wong, Wong, Wong. After witnessing the incredible purity of the surge of Jinshi and its rapid recovery, the myriad ant-hive queen realized that its life was no longer in its control, and hesitance would only lead to its demise. Thus, it lowered its head in submission. Yes, let's form the contract. Knowing that the other party had chosen to submit after realizing that it was in a position of weakness, Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction. With the prowess of the Heaven's Path Xinqi and ancient beast language, taming spirit beasts had become easier than ever for him. There was no need for excessive words. Soon, after the contract was completed, Zhang Xian exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath, following which, he glanced at the hive before him with a peculiar expression. Chapter 714. Byzantium Helios Beast. After forming a contract with the myriad ant-hive queen, a mental connection was forged between both of their souls. Through this connection, Zhang Xian gained a level of understanding toward the ant-hive nest. Immersing his consciousness into the ant-hive nest to take a look, Zhang Xian's eyes began twitching uncontrollably. This football-sized hive was indeed capable of housing life forms. However, the diameter of the area inside was only around 2 meters. At the very most, it could only store his body and the ant-hive queen simultaneously, nothing more than that. Zhang Xian's initial thought had been to store the great violet-winged beast inside as well, and form a huge spirit beast army who would follow him wherever he went. However, from the way things currently looked, it seemed like this was destined to remain as nothing more than a dream. There are varying tiers to the myriad ant-hive queens. The one which I have tamed is the weakest of the lot, so the hive it built is slightly on the weaker end as well. Unless I induce a bloodline evolution in it and raise its cultivation, its hive will only remain the same size forever. Soon, Zhang Xian understood the reason behind this matter. The myriad ant-hive queen he'd tamed was the weakest among its peers. Due to the limit of its strength, the hive that it had built could only house itself. If Zhang Xian wanted a larger nest, he would have to find a way to raise the myriad ant-hive queen's cultivation. It was no wonder the myriad ant-hive queen was able to remain safe on this mountain. In the eyes of a true expert, the functionality of such a hive was severely limited, and thus was not worth the effort. What the heck is this? Zhang Xian had thought that he'd stumbled on a gold mountain, but to think it would be rocks that were lying beneath the golden exterior. He could only smile bitterly to himself. There are disturbances in the spiritual energy inside. Let's hurry in to take a look. At that moment, a voice sounded outside the cavern, following which, anxious footsteps could be heard. It seemed like Brother Yu and Senior Feng had noticed that something was amiss, and they were on their way in, battling against the transcendent mortal 7-Dan myriad ant-hive queen. There was no way that Zhang Xian could conceal his aura. Considering the disturbance of spiritual energy in the surroundings and the loud crashing noise from the spirit beast crashing into the wall, how could they not have realized that something was amiss? Let's take a look first. A deep frown emerged on Zhang Xian's face. He immediately had the myriad ant-hive queen enter the ant-hive nest before placing the ant-hive nest into the storage ring. Even though the ant-hive nest was a spatial artifact, it possessed certain unique properties that allowed it to be stored within a storage ring. Otherwise, if Zhang Xian were to be carrying a football-sized object everywhere he went, even the most foolish of people would know that there was something wrong with it. After all was done, just as Zhang Xian was about to leave, the footsteps seemed to have arrived at the entrance of the cavern, following which, a night illumination pearl was suddenly tossed in, lighting up the surroundings. This is bad. Not expecting the other party to have reached him so quickly, Zhang Xian swiftly flicked his fingers. Pong! The night illumination pearl which had just been tossed in immediately exploded, and the light was swiftly swallowed by darkness. Knowing that there was no time to be lost, Zhang Xian stepped forcefully against the ground. Pong! Executing the Heaven's Path movement art, Zhang Xian's figure suddenly vanished. Before Brother Yu and Senior Feng could process what was going on, a swift blur flashed across their eyes. Someone is here. Astonished, the duo hurriedly put up their guards. However, the other party didn't seem to have any intention of fighting them. In the blink of an eye, the other party had already disappeared from view. Who was it? Brother Yu hurriedly gave chase. However, when he dashed out of the forest in the valley, there was no one in sight at all. The spirit beast is missing? After which, he returned to the cavern to comb the area. However, there was no spirit beast in sight either. Brother Yu and Senior Feng traded glances with one another. They would have to be a fool if they still couldn't understand what was going on. Damn it! To think that the spirit beast which I knocked out with great difficulty was stolen. Who in the world is that be *starred? Brother Yu bellowed furiously. From his point of view, he had already crippled the spirit beast through his beast scale incense, but AB *starred had sneaked in to kill and loot his prey. Otherwise, how could there be signs of battle but not a single perfect harmonization realm spirit beast in sight? To think that the spirit beast he'd spent so much beast scale incense on would end up as a gift for another. It was fortunate that he didn't explode on the spot. Outside the valley, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. That was a close call. It was fortunate that he had slipped out in time, or else his reputation could have been tarnished if the other party had insisted that he'd stolen his possession. It was fortunate he'd moved swiftly to destroy the night illumination pearl, thus turning the cavern completely dark. Otherwise, given the eye of discernment of the duo, they would have surely been able to recognize him. After ensuring that he was a safe distance away and that there was no one around, Zhang Xian flicked his wrist and released the ant-hive queen. There were still some doubts that he had to clarify with it. Why did you offer your services to the spirit beasts to deal with the master teachers? Based on Zhang Xian's understanding, the myriad ant-hive queen was a callous being. Furthermore, it had no ties with the spirit beasts here. So why would it help them deal with the freshmen? Wasn't this just bringing itself unnecessary trouble? It's the Byzantium Helios beast who forced me to do so, the ant-hive queen replied. Byzantium Helios beast? Zhang Xian frowned. Having collected and assimilated in countless books from the beast halls that he had visited, he had gained knowledge of most savage beasts and spirit beasts in the world. However, never had he heard of the Byzantium Helios beast. What in the world was that? That's right. The Byzantium Helios beast came by a few days ago, and he commanded me to offer help to the spirit beasts. On top of that, he even gathered all of the spirit beasts together and rallied them to unite against the humans. The ant-hive queen revealed the truth of the incident. You are saying that a Byzantium Helios beast organized all of the spirit beasts across the entire Leiyuan Peak a few days ago, so as to deal with the freshmen during the entrance examination? Zhang Xian asked with a grim expression. If the Byzantium Helios beast truly intended to protect these spirit beasts, it could have commanded them to leave instead, especially considering that the warning came several days ago. The time interval was more than sufficient for them to escape to a safe distance away. Yet, it chose to rally the spirit beasts against the humans. Could it be that the Byzantium Helios beast intended to deal with the budding stars of the Master Teacher Pavilion here? With a grave expression on his face, Zhang Xian asked, How strong is the Byzantium Helios beast? I have no idea. I am unable to gauge the depths of its strength. The only thing I know is that I am no match for him at all. The ant-hive queen shook its head. Right. The Byzantium Helios beast is currently at the very top of Leiyuan Peak. It is still personally overlooking the entire situation and issuing commands. At the top of Leiyuan Peak, Zhang Xian was bewildered. What was the background of the Byzantium Helios beast? Why would he rally the spirit beasts to fight against humans? Yes, the ant-hive queen nodded. After asking a few more questions, Zhang Xian managed to get a clearer glimpse of the picture. However, this only served to deepen his doubts. The spirit beasts across Leiyuan Peak were indeed captured and released here by Elderimo. However, a few days ago, the Byzantium Helios beast appeared from nowhere and rallied the spirit beasts to cooperate with one another to deal with the humans. So as to not become the sacrificial tool for the humans, those spirit beasts immediately agreed to cooperate with it. Due to the unique capabilities of the myriad ant-hive queen, it was given the role of gathering intelligence. On the other hand, The Byzantium Helios beast was serving as the commander of the entire operation, issuing instructions to the spirit beasts to gather and encircle the master teachers so as to destroy them. Returning the ant hive queen to the hive, Zhang Xian stroked his lower jaw and fell into deep thought. If we allow the Byzantium Helios beast to continue issuing instructions to the spirit beasts, many examinees will surely be killed. Everyone participated in this entrance examination understanding that there was a clear risk of death, but there was a huge difference if someone was pulling the strings from behind the scenes to deal with the master teachers. While it was a huge pity to see so many genius master teachers fall here, what Zhang Xian was even more furious about was being played for a fool by a spirit beast. Allow me to see what kind of incredible being the Byzantium Helios beast is. For a mere spirit beast to disregard Elderimo and the Master Teacher Academy and tamper with the entrance examinations, intending to do the examinees harm, Zhang Xian was interested to see what kind of incredible existence the other party would be. Thus, turning his gaze toward the peak, Zhang Xian began making his way up. Leiyuan Peak was over 10,000 meters tall. The area beyond the halfway mark was cloaked with a deep layer of snow, and the terrain was treacherously steep. Without half a day of arduous effort, it should have been impossible for anyone to reach the peak. However, through the red dust heaven-ascending steps, it took Zhang Xian a mere 10 minutes of flight to reach his destination. The area at the top of the peak was rather vast, spanning several li. A white layer of snow cloaked the bare peak, creating a natural mirror which threatened to sear one's eyes through the reflected sun rays. With Zhang Xian's cultivation, he couldn't possibly be harmed by mere sun rays. Nevertheless, the endless white snow in sight was extremely taxing on the eyes. Thus, Zhang Xian activated his Eye of Insight and began scanning the area. Without understanding the true strength of the Byzantium Helios beast, Zhang Xian knew better than to act recklessly. Thus, he switched to a set of white clothes to blend in with his surroundings before slowly advancing while keeping his body close to the ground. There are spirit beast footprints ahead. After a moment of flight, Zhang Xian soon noticed a set of massive footprints heading in a specific direction. These footprints were roughly half a meter large, and they were deeply depressed in the thick layer of snow. This indicated that the owner of the footprints possessed an exceptionally large and heavy body. What spirit beast is this? Zhang Xian frowned, perplexed. These footprints were somewhat similar to a human, but there were some differing features, the main one being the size. Having read many books regarding beast taming, Zhang Xian was confident in his knowledge regarding savage beasts and spirit beasts. Even rare beings like the myriad ant hive queen weren't beyond him. Yet, the footprints before him felt extremely foreign. Nevertheless, through the footprints, I will be able to track it down. My answer will lie at the end of this trail. Knowing that the mystery would be resolved at the end of the trail of footprints, Zhang Xian hurried forward. After a moment of flight, a massive straw cottage came into view. The footsteps disappeared at the doorstep of the straw cottage. A straw cottage? Could it be that someone is living here? Spirit beasts usually resided in caves and such. Since there was a straw cottage here, did it mean that this was the residence of a human? And for the massive footprints which led to the straw cottage, did it mean that the spirit beast was actually a tamed beast of this human? If that was the case, what motives did that human have? Or perhaps, could it be an otherworldly demon? This would explain the motive behind rallying the spirit beasts against the master teachers, Zhang Xian thought grimly. If one had to name a race which bore deep hostility toward the master teachers, the otherworldly demons were surely the first to come to mind. Considering how the Byzantium Helios beast had commanded the spirit beasts to deal with the master teachers, there was indeed a real possibility that otherworldly demons were pulling the strings. Otherwise, why would anyone build a straw cottage on the top of this desolate snow mountain and live here? At this moment, all of the pieces of the puzzle seemed to snap together. I should take a look first. With such thoughts in mind, Zhang Xian slowly approached while holding his breath so as to prevent his aura from leaking out. As expected, he soon noticed a massive spirit beast lying within the straw cottage through the open doors. Its massive eyes were lightly shut, making it difficult to tell whether it was awake or asleep. Is this the Byzantium Helios beast that the myriad ant hive queen spoke about? There's no spirit beast in mind that matches its description. The massive spirit beast in front of him was covered in a slightly grayish fur, reminiscent of a massive ape. It was a species which Zhang Xian had never heard of, and this made him frown in frustration. If it was a species unknown to him, there would be no record of the other party's strength, personality, and ability either. A foreign spirit beast whose cultivation exceeded transcendent mortal 7 Dan. Even for Zhang Xian, this was a fearsome power to reckon with. Hoo. Just as Zhang Xian was about to approach to scout the situation, the sound of wind suddenly echoed from afar. An aerial spirit beast slowly flew over from the distance. This fellow carried an astonishing aura that exerted an immense pressure even from a distance away. A transcendent mortal 7 Dan spirit beast. It must be in cahoots with the Byzantium Helios beast. Seeing how that huge fellow rushed in without concealing its aura, and how the Byzantium Helios beast didn't seem to pay the matter any heed either, Zhang Xian could tell that the two were well acquainted with one another. Thus, he slowly lowered himself to the ground and hid amidst the snow. His movements were extremely light, and his clothes camouflaged with the surroundings as well. Even with the aerial view of that flying transcendent mortal 7 Dan spirit beast, it still failed to notice him. Chapter 7:15. Per Brother Yu Hu. The transcendent mortal 7 Dan aerial spirit beast landed right before the straw cottage. As it withdrew its wings, the massive gale from its movements lifted a cloud of snow from the ground. Roar. After descending to the ground, the aerial spirit beast howled. Had any other beast tamer been here in Zhang Xian's place, he would surely have been at a loss as to what was happening. However, fluent in the ancient beast language, Zhang Xian was able to comprehend the intent he was conveying through the roar. Lord, I have carried out your instructions and trapped those master teachers. There are at least 300 to 1,000 of them encircled at the moment, and most of them are injured, the aerial spirit beast said. Upon reaching the transcendent mortal realm, spirit beasts would acquire intelligence that was on par with humans. Even though they were still incapable of complex arts such as the setting up of formations and forging of weapons, they were already capable of analyzing the situation as a whole and carrying out orders. Take Zhang Xian's tamed beast for example, the great violet-winged beast. To exact vengeance for the draconic granite beast, it had wreaked havoc upon the Huanyu Empire Beast Hall multiple times. However, while it was doing so, it would assess the situation before striking. For example, there was a period of time when a 6-star beast tamer was brought in to deal with it, but it wisely chose to steer clear during that period of time, leaving the Beast Hall completely helpless before it. As expected, they are intending to deal with the master teachers on the mountain. Hearing the words from the aerial spirit beast, Zhang Xian's expression turned livid. Considering how this spirit beast had reached transcendent mortal 7 Dan and was capable of flight, there were nearly no master teachers on the mountain who possessed the means to rival it on the peak. 8 out of 10 of the examinees were still at the clarifying turbidity realm, while the rest were mainly at the consonant spirit realm. Even though a very small handful such as Brother Yu had reached Cosmos Bridge realm primary stage, they were still far from matching up to this transcendent mortal 7 Dan spirit beast. Not to mention, it was ruling over countless savage spirit beasts at that. Judging from the aerial spirit beast report, it seemed the master teachers Zhang Xian had saved were only a portion of the victims in this scheme. Considering how these two fellows had actually dared to lay their hands on the freshmen of the Master Teacher Academy, there was an extremely good chance that they had a close relationship with the otherworldly demons. Even if that wasn't the case, it was clear that they were hostile toward humans. Well done. The Byzantium Helios beast climbed to its feet, and it slowly walked out of the straw cottage. Its movements were slow and casual, but it was brimming with power. Zhang Xian felt as if he were staring into an abyss, leaving him incapable of determining the depths of the other party's cultivation. Eye of insight. Several lines rippled in Zhang Xian's eyes as he tried to peer into the other party's cultivation. But to his shock, he realized that even the eye of insight was incapable of seeing through the other party. Could this mean that the Byzantium Helios beast has reached transcendent mortal 9 Dan, or even beyond that? While Zhang Xian's current cultivation was only at Cosmos Bridge Realm Pinnacle, his fighting prowess was already on par with the transcendent Mortal 8 Dan primary stage cultivator. As such, his eye of insight was capable of seeing through the might of a weaker transcendent Mortal 9 Dan spirit beast. Yet, he was unable to see through the mountain-like fellow before him. Did this mean that the other party had reached a deep mastery in transcendent Mortal 9 Dan? Or perhaps, had the other party surpassed the limits of a transcendent mortal already? Beyond the 9 dawn of transcendent mortal lay half-saint. A spirit beast of this level was known as a saint beast. If that was the case, this would explain why Zhang Xian had never heard of the Byzantium Helios beast. Given the Huanyu Empire Beast Hall's tier, there was no one who was sufficiently powerful to record books regarding saint beasts. Overwhelmed with astonishment, Zhang Xian accidentally caused a slight disturbance in the surrounding spiritual energy. This action immediately attracted the Byzantium Helios beast's attention, and it turned its head over. Startled, Zhang Xian hurriedly retracted his gaze and focused his efforts on concealing his presence. With Zhang Xian's current ability, even dealing with a transcendent Mortal 8 Dan spirit beast would pose a huge threat, needless to say a half-saint beast. With the incredible pure heavens path Shinchi and his refined control over his physical body, Zhang Xian was able to conceal his presence thoroughly. Even a saint would find it hard to notice him. After glancing over momentarily, the Byzantium Helios beast didn't seem to notice anything of interest, so it chose to turn its attention back to the aerial spirit beast. Has any master teachers noticed yet? The Byzantium Helios beast asked. Not yet. However, the 200 master teachers trapped at Heaven's Thread have been saved by someone and, at this point, the aerial spirit beast suddenly stopped. Its face was marked with hesitance, and it seemed as if he could hardly believe what he was about to say as well. And what? The Byzantium Helios beast gazed deeply at the aerial spirit beast, and in that instant, it felt as if the sky was pressing down on them. Saint Beast. Zhang Xian's eyebrows leaped in shock. Even though his gaze was no longer on the duo for fear of being noticed, he was familiar with this immense pressure. It was something he had felt from Elder Mo before the commencement of the entrance examination. In other words, the other party wasn't a half-saint or a nascent saint but a true saint. To think that it was a saint who had plotted the scheme against the examinees. Cold sweat immediately trickled down Zhang Xian's back. Even if all of the examinees were to gather at this spot, they would still be no match for the other party. This was the immense might that a true saint possessed. Furthermore, all of the spirit beasts assigned to Heaven's Thread have terminated communications with me. It seems that they have betrayed us. The aerial spirit beast reported. They have terminated communications? To dare betray me, they sure are brazen. The Byzantium Helios beast narrowed its eyes. Who are they? I'll teach them a lesson after this matter comes to an end. It's the blue-backed ferocious bear, steel-fang panther, southern yellow tiger, metal-arm ape, these, and the ant-hive myriad queen as well. The aerial spirit beast said. After hearing that even the myriad ant-hive queen had terminated communications as well, the Byzantium Helios beast asked seriously, the myriad ant-hive queen as well? Have you looked into the matter yet? The myriad ant-hive queen was the source of its information. Even with the prowess of a saint, the Byzantium Helios beast was still unable to extend its radar across the entire Leiyuan Peak to keep track of the movements of the master teachers. I suspect that it has been killed, the aerial spirit beast replied. After losing communications with the ant-hive queen, I flew to its nest and saw 2 master teachers snooping suspiciously around the area with a beast-scale incense in hand. Beast-scale incense? That artifact has the effect of inducing drowsiness in one. Are they intending to lay their hands on the ant-hive queen? The Byzantium Helios beast roared furiously, and the pressure pushing down on the mountain peak suddenly intensified, as if reflecting its rage. I'm afraid that seems to be the case. After knocking the 2 fellows out, I combed through the cavern, and while I saw marks of battle, I wasn't able to find the ant-hive queen itself. Thus, I took their storage rings thinking that I might find traces of the ant-hive queen inside. Under the rage of the Byzantium Helios beast, The aerial spirit beast hurriedly explained with a trembling body, "As a spirit beast, I don't possess Zhenqi, so I am unable to access the storage ring to ascertain whether the Anthive Queen has been captured or killed by them." Following which, the aerial spirit beast raised its giant claws, and 2 storage rings came flying toward the Byzantium Helios beast. There were 2 conditions to opening a storage ring. First, one had to be the owner of the storage ring, or the storage ring had to be ownerless. Second, one had to possess Zhenqi. For some reason, the Byzantium Helios beast had ordered them strictly against killing any of the master teachers in this operation, so Senior Feng and Brother Yu were still alive. On top of that, he didn't possess Zhenqi, so he was unable to access the interiors of the storage ring. Allow me to take a look. While the rules above applied for most cases, with its immense might as a saint beast, the Byzantium Helios beast could still access the storage ring through brute force. After grabbing hold of the rings, it placed its massive claws on it, following which, an overwhelmingly powerful soul seeped into the storage ring. A moment later, the Byzantium Helios beast shook its head and said, "The myriad Anthive Queen isn't inside, and there is no inner core either. Most likely, it managed to escape from them. You should try looking for it once more." Yes. Hearing that its companion was fine, the aerial spirit beast heaved a sigh of relief. While the soul imprints were forcefully wiped off the storage rings, 2 unconscious figures lying halfway up the mountain suddenly spurted blood simultaneously before waking up. They were Brother Yu and Senior Feng, who had been knocked out by the aerial spirit beast just a moment ago. The forceful erasure of their soul imprints had inflicted internal injuries on them, leaving them with splitting headaches. "My clothes and storage ring." Lowering their heads, the duo suddenly froze for an instant before their bodies started trembling. Fearing that they might have hidden some other storage rings on them, the aerial spirit beast had taken away their clothes as well. As a result, not only were the possessions of the duo taken away, they were also stark naked at the moment. What the heck is this? They were there to hunt spirit beasts, but to think that they would end up being stripped clean by the other party instead. They would have understood it if it had just been their storage rings, but for their clothes to have been taken away as well, what the heck was going on? Could it be that the spirit beasts weren't just interested in their possessions but their bodies as well? With such a thought in mind, the duo hurriedly turned their gazes downward to look at their own bodies. Seeing that there were no signs of being taken advantage of, the duo heaved a slight sigh of relief. This was perhaps their only blessing amidst this misfortune. It was only a while earlier that Brother Yu had declared confidently that he would compete with Zhang Xian to see who was the superior one when such a situation occurred. How was he supposed to emerge victorious in such a state? Putting aside competing with Zhang Xian, he didn't even have a single inner core, putting him at risk of failing the examination. What the heck was this? While the other master teachers were gathering the skin, bones, and even inner cores of the spirit beasts, they were losing their storage rings and clothes. It was fortunate that no one had seen them in their current state. Otherwise, they would have been too ashamed to face the world. Standing up, Brother Yu hurriedly searched for a sufficiently large tree leaf to conceal his private parts. After which, with an indignant expression on his face, he said, "Let's quickly hunt down a few spirit beasts to make some clothes first. We can decide what to do afterward." Yes. Senior Feng nodded in agreement. The urgent matter at hand was to find something to wear. It was embarrassing to run around with one's bottom bare in public, even if there was no one around. It is fortunate that the beast scale incense is still here. With this, we can hunt even Cosmos Bridge realm spirit beasts easily. After wrapping a layer of tree leaves around his waist, Brother Yu looked around the area and saw a half-burnt beast scale incense lying in the vicinity. It seemed that the spirit beast who had attacked them hadn't taken it away from them. Seeing that he still had this artifact with him, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he still had the beast scale incense, there was still a chance that he could make a comeback. After all, while Zhang Shi might not be weak, defeating a Cosmos Bridge realm primary stage spirit beast would likely be his limit. On the other hand, with the beast scale incense, they could easily hunt down any Cosmos Bridge realm spirit beast and procure their inner cores. Let's hurry. After covering whatever that needed to carry with leaves and vines, The duo hurriedly headed to the top of the mountain. The higher up the mountain, the more likely it was that they would encounter stronger spirit beasts. With half of the time gone, their only hope of making a comeback was to go for quality instead of quantity. As they flitted swiftly through the forest, the leaves on their waists swayed, revealing a sight consisting of both fairness and darkness. As long as the myriad ant hive queen is still alive, it will surely send its myriad ants to liaise with us soon. But until that happens, you'll have to fill in for it and ensure that everything goes according to plan. At the pinnacle of Layuan Peak, the Byzantium Helios beast gave the aerial spirit beast its orders. The aerial spirit beast nodded its massive head and confidently replied, "Don't worry." Without the myriad ant-hive queen to relay messages here and there, they could only depend on this aerial spirit beast to scout the area and relay messages around. "You can leave now." The Byzantium Helios beast waved its massive claws. Yes. The aerial spirit beast nodded before spreading its wings and soaring into the sky. After a short moment, it had already disappeared from view. After the departure of the aerial spirit beast, the Byzantium Helios beast's body tightened, and its massive body floated up slightly. It turned its head to the side to glance at a certain direction with a sharp gleam in its eyes. "That fellow hiding over there, you can come out now." This wasn't spoken in the ancient beast language, but in the human tongue. "So, I have been noticed." The Byzantium Helios beast was looking directly at where Zhang Xian was hiding. Realizing that he had been spotted, Zhang Xian's body stiffened, and the blood running through his veins froze. He thought that he had done a good job hiding his presence, but to think that he was still discovered. Chapter 716. Rip him a new one, but this was to be expected. Perhaps a half-saint or nascent saint might find it difficult to notice him when his aura was completely concealed, but the same tricks would not work on a saint. Upon reaching sainthood, one's entirety would become completely aligned with nature. The authority of nature would be imbued into every single gesture and movement of one. Even if Zhang Xian had been buried deep inside the snow, it was likely that the Byzantium Helios beast would still have been able to notice him. Just like how transcendent mortals were higher existences to fighters, saints were superior existences to transcendent mortals. I was still noticed in the end. Knowing that there was little point to continue hiding, Zhang Xian took in a deep breath before standing up. It should have been that slight spiritual energy disturbance which he'd caused by a slight mistake earlier that had betrayed his presence. Most likely, the only reason the Byzantium Helios beast allowed Zhang Xian to continue listening to their conversation was because it was certain that he was unable to comprehend the ancient beast language. Thus, there was no worry about information leaking out. As such, it decided to first finish the discussion with the aerial spirit beast before dragging Zhang Xian out from his hiding place. The Byzantium Helios beast assessed Zhang Xian and asked, "You are a new student in the Master Teacher Academy?" Upon reaching sainthood, spirit beasts would undergo an evolution which allowed them to speak human speech. Yes. Knowing that it was impossible for him to play any tricks before the other party, Zhang Xian nodded obediently. To be able to reach Cosmos Bridge Realm Pinnacle and find this location despite having yet to officially enroll at the Academy, you are truly not bad at all. Even if you aren't the top of this batch, you won't be too far from that. After taking a look at Zhang Xian's cultivation, the Byzantium Helios beast nodded in agreement. "It's nothing much." Zhang Xian chuckled lightly in response. At the same time, his hands were fiddling behind his back, seemingly trying to do something. "Don't try those little tricks with me. I can't guarantee you that I'll be able to control my temper." Noticing the little actions Zhang Xian was up to, the Byzantium Helios beast harumphed. "Temper?" Zhang Xian shook his head as he assessed the Byzantium Helios beast impassively. "Those are my words. I'm afraid that I might just lose control myself and accidentally pummel you to death." "What did you say?" The Byzantium Helios beast was visibly stunned by the arrogant words spouted by the young man before it. As the shock gradually retreated, fury swiftly took its place. It was a saint beast, whereas the other party was nothing more than a Cosmos Bridge Realm cultivator. Even without moving a single inch, it could kill that young man with just its soul itself. Yet, the other party still dared to threaten it. saying that he couldn't control his temper and might pummel it to death? Do you know what kind of existence you are speaking to? Conceited fool. You seem to be very confident in yourself. With a livid face, the Byzantium Helios beast harumphed coldly. A blazing fury ignited in its eyes, threatening to burn down everything in sight. This is not confidence. I am merely stating a fact. All right, I'll give you a chance. As long as you acknowledge me as your master, I can spare you from death, Zhang Xian said casually with his hands behind his back, seemingly thinking nothing of the situation before him at all. It is always the ignorant who are fearless. It seems you have no idea who you are speaking to. Since that's the case, allow me to hammer humility into your bones. Not expecting that an existence which was little more than an ant to it would arrogantly command it to acknowledge him as its master, even boasting to kill it should it refuse the offer, the face of the Byzantium Helios beast turned livid. The fur across its entire body suddenly rose in fury, and with a wrathful roar, it abruptly raised its palm. Voila! A dense congregation of spiritual energy gathered instantaneously to form a massive palm that seemed to cover the entire sky. It felt as if the entire mountain could be flattened should the Byzantium Helios beast will for it to happen. Saint beasts might still be unable to cultivate Jinshi, but in exchange, they possessed earth-shattering physical might that could move mountains and split oceans. Putting aside a mere mountain, even wiping away an entire nation such as Tianxian Kingdom was as easy as breathing to it. Before the palm could even land, the immense pressure from the palm had already melted the thick layer of snow in the area. It felt as if a comet was hurtling toward this area. Hammer humility into my bones? I wonder who the one being arrogant here is. Zhang Xian stood composed even before the devastating might of the palm. Instead, he chuckled lightly and clapped. Vicious, rip him a new one. Even against a saint, Zhang Xian had his own trump cards as well. The 20 or so puppets he had obtained from the underground chamber all possessed the might of a saint. Beating a saint one dan saint beast should be no trouble at all. After all, the supreme existence which had boasted to rival Kong Shi in a fight in the past was lying right in his hands. Vicious. This fellow might be trapped in the Book of Heaven's path at the moment, leaving him immobilized and vulnerable, but his strength was still no joke. Even if 10 Byzantium Helios beasts were to turn up, it would be far from sufficient to slaughter him. Boom! As Zhang Xian raised his hand, an open book suddenly appeared above his palm. A beating heart could be seen on a page in the book. Break! Commanded an authoritative voice. Voila! It was as if the word carried some mystical might. The palm which the Byzantium Helios beast struck out suddenly shattered like glass, turning into spiritual energy that dissipated swiftly into the surroundings. What? Seeing how the young man's artifact overcame his attack just by uttering a single word, the eyes of the Byzantium Helios beast narrowed in astonishment. With a cultivation realm of Saint Wandan Pinnacle, its true strength ranked among the top experts of Hongyuan Empire. It thought that dealing with a Cosmos Bridge realm brat would be a walk in the park, but who knew that the other party would possess an artifact which could overcome its attack with just a single word? Run. An ominous foreboding gripped the Byzantium Helios beast. True to its instincts, it leaped into the sky without any hesitation. Even though it didn't possess wings as a saint beast, it was still capable of flight. It didn't fear the young man. What it feared was the enigmatic artifact the other party wielded. Unsure of the capabilities of the artifact, the Byzantium Helios beast chose to run away and rally additional help to deal with the young man instead of taking the risk. You wish to escape before my presence? Dream on. Barely after flying to a height of several dozen meters, a frigid voice suddenly sounded below, following which, an overwhelming killing intent suddenly assaulted the Byzantium Helios beast's mind, leaving its consciousness blank. Otherworldly demonic tribe. That momentary lapse in its consciousness dispelled the force which was levitating the Byzantium Helios beast, resulting in its plummet from the sky. Puthong. It fell head first into the snow. Little Vicious, not bad at all. It seems you aren't all talk. Not expecting Vicious to be so formidable, crushing the Byzantium Helios beast's attack with a single utterance and felling it with a single thought, Zhang Xian stroked the heart in the book in commendation. Vicious twitched violently in response to the praise, unable to utter a single word in response. The Byzantium Helios beast also happened to see this sight just as it raised its head off the surface of the ground, and it nearly spurted blood. Even though it had no idea what was sealed in the book, there was no doubt that the being inside was an existence that used to stand at the very top of this continent. The Byzantium Helios beast had suspected that it might be the young man's teacher or guardian, but who could have thought? The young man would actually stroke the supreme expert as if he were a pug. Wasn't there something very wrong with this picture here? Who in the world was the young man? That killing intent. That heart is most probably an expert of the otherworldly demonic tribe. As such, could this young man be an otherworldly demon who is hoping to infiltrate the Master Teacher Academy? Upon realizing this possibility, the Byzantium Helios beast suddenly felt its blood turn cold. Legend has it that the royal family of the otherworldly demonic tribe possessed the ability to disguise themselves as humans and even master teachers, and no one would be able to tell the difference. Back then, there was one such otherworldly demon that had successfully infiltrated the core group of the master teachers. With the secrets it had obtained, the otherworldly demonic tribe had nearly crushed the master teacher pavilion. If not for Kong Shi's astuteness, which led him to notice that something was amiss, the ones who would be ruling the Master Teacher continent now would be the otherworldly demons and not the human race. No matter how it looked at the young man, he was no different from an ordinary human. Could he really be otherworldly demon royalty? Otherwise, how could he possibly get off unscathed after treating such a powerful expert of the otherworldly demonic tribe like a dog? I will kill you. Realizing the potential threat that the young man posed to the Master Teacher Pavilion, the eyes of the Byzantium Helios beast immediately turned crimson in rage. If its conjecture was right, it would have to stop this young man from getting into the Master Teacher Academy at all costs. Otherwise, who knew what kind of danger he would bring upon the Academy or even the entire human race in the future? Who? Pushing against the ground, the Byzantium Helios beast suddenly lunged toward Zhang Xian like a bolt of lightning. With the astounding might it possessed in its body and the frightening speed it was moving at, there was little doubt that Zhang Xian would be reduced to dust if its body were to crash into him. Vicious was still contemplating how he should negotiate with Zhang Xian regarding his release, considering the merits he had just achieved when he noticed the Byzantium Helios beast charging over once more. Angry that the other party was getting in his way, it bellowed furiously, "Kneel down! Just because I am sealed in a book now doesn't mean that you can climb over my head. To dare to kill a celestial master teacher recognized by the heavens itself, as well as the man who governs my fate, how brazen you are!" Boom! With his bellow, the unique killing intent which otherworldly demons possessed assaulted the Byzantium Helios beast's mind once more. As if a fly swatted down, the latter immediately crashed into the ground and slid uncontrollably. While Vicious' strength was severely impaired at the moment, dealing with a mere Saint One-Dan beast was not much different from smacking a mosquito. Suppressed on the ground by an incredible force, the Byzantium Helios beast glared at Zhang Xian with crimson eyes. It bellowed frenziedly in indignation, "Damn you! I will rip you into pieces! You are so eager to kill me?" Seeing the other party's attitude, Zhang Xian was rendered speechless. This lapdog of the otherworldly demon sure was arrogant. It must have realized the threat he posed to the otherworldly demons due to his superior talent, so it had decided to end him while his abilities hadn't matured yet. "That's right. Even if it costs my life, I'll drag you down to hell with me," the Byzantium Helios beast roared. "I see." Those words had helped Zhang Xian make up his mind. Snapping his finger, he pointed to the Byzantium Helios beast and ordered, "Put your feet in that beast." Voila! All of a sudden, 20 puppets suddenly materialized amidst the white snow. Since that fellow was bent on killing him, there was no need to stand on ceremony with it. Roar! The puppets roared simultaneously as they stormed forward furiously. Who? The first puppet to arrive planted its feet right into the Byzantium Helios beast's face, sending it flying into the air. Before the latter could even respond, Another puppet that had been lying in wait behind shot a fist onto its back, pushing it back to the ground. Pung 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 pung. The Byzantium Helios beast was thrown around the place, and bright, red swellings swiftly emerged all over its body. Large mouthfuls of blood spilled from its mouth. Otherworldly demon puppets? As expected, he is a member of the otherworldly demonic tribe's royal family. Damn it, damn it. The appearance of so many otherworldly demon puppets at once only served to reinforce the Byzantium Helios beast's conjecture. After all, other than the royal family of the otherworldly demonic tribe, who else could command such a powerful expert and so many otherworldly demon puppets? Rage and indignation permeated its soul. If only it had noticed earlier and killed the young man swiftly, he could have avoided a calamity. But alas, it was too late now. Under the assault of 20 Saint Wondan puppets, it was completely helpless. Not to mention, it was currently immobilized by the killing intent from the heart. After countless fists and kicks had landed on its body, the Byzantium Helios beast found its sight slowly darkening, and its consciousness was slowly drifting away. Just as the Byzantium Helios beast thought that it would be killed, the impassive voice of the young man suddenly sounded once more. How about now? Have you changed your mind yet? If you acknowledge me as your master, I can spare you from death. Chapter 717. The miserable Byzantium Helios beast at the foot of Layuan Peak. With the swift flash of a shadow, a human and a saint beast landed on the ground. Elder Imo. The human stepped forward and clasped his fist with a smile. Pavilion Master Imo. Elder Imo hurriedly returned the greetings. The person who had just arrived was none other than the Pavilion Master of the Hongyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion, Imo Gaoyuan. Even though he wasn't a member of the 10 great Master Teachers, his standing and capability was on par with them. Langia Saint Beast. Elder Imo turned to the Saint Beast by the side and clasped his fist in greeting as well. Imo Gaoyuan's tamed beast, Saint Wondan Primary Stage, Langia Saint Beast. As fellow saints, there was a need to maintain basic ceremonial respect. Greetings to Elder Imo. The Langia Saint Beast replied in human tongue. After the formalities, Elder Imo turned to Imo Gaoyuan and asked doubtfully, "May I know the reason behind Pavilion Master Imo and Langia Saint Beast's arrival?" The Master Teacher Pavilion and Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy could be considered as equal existences under the direct command of the same conferred Empire headquarters. As such, the Master Teacher Pavilion had no authority to interfere with the recruitment of the Master Teacher Academy. I heard that there are many talented students in this batch, so I dropped by to take a look. Imo Gaoyuan chuckled. Since this was the entrance examination, Zhang Shi had to be there as well. Imo Gaoyuan was intending to improve his relationship with him, as well as to make use of this opportunity to ask about Yang Shi. Hearing that the other party was only here to spectate, Elder Imo secretly heaved a sigh of relief and replied while stroking his beard, "There are indeed quite a few talented students this year, but it's hard to tell whether they will be able to pass the examination or not." "Oh, is there something deeper to the examination?" Imo Gaoyuan asked in bewilderment. The purpose of the examination should be to sieve out the talented students from the mediocre ones. Otherwise, what would be the point of conducting an entrance examination? Isn't the test this year regarding hunting transcendent, mortal Fordan, pinnacle spirit beasts? To those talented students, it shouldn't be hard to clear this mission. The entrance examination of the Master Teacher Academy was a huge affair in Hongyuan Empire. As the head of the regional Master Teacher Pavilion, how could he remain unaware of the matter? While it might be difficult for a 4-star Master Teacher to defeat a transcendent mortal Fordan pinnacle spirit beast in a straightforward battle, it shouldn't be too difficult for them to clear the mission if they were to prepare themselves beforehand. The admission criteria of the Master Teacher Academy isn't based on whose fist is the strongest. If it were just mere hunting, don't you think this entrance examination would be a little too easy for them? Elder Imo chuckled. Thus, I prepared a little surprise for them. Oh. Elder Imo was taken aback. He traded astonished glances with Langia Saint Beast. When the both of them had heard the rules of the entrance examination earlier, they also found certain aspects of it slightly unusual. After listening to Elder Mo's words, they realized that there might be another side to the examination. On the surface, the examination is a hunting contest where the one who gathers the most inner cores wins. However, I have designed it in a manner such that it will test the examinee's adaptability and reactions in times of danger, Elder Imo said with a smile. There was no need for him to hide this matter from Imo Gaoyuan. In truth, the spirit beasts on the mountain have been organized to coordinate with one another to deal with the examinees. They have prepared bait and traps to lure the examinees into their encirclement. Encirclement? Imo Gaoyuan's eyebrows shot up anxiously. But those examinees are the Master Teacher Pavilion's future. Don't worry, the spirit beasts have been strictly warned against claiming their lives. Knowing what Imo Gaoyuan was thinking, Elder Imo hurriedly reassured him. Those were the fresh blood of the Master Teacher Pavilion, the pillars who would prop up the organization as well as humanity in the future. Even as one of the 10 great Master Teachers, he dared not put them in such grave danger at his own whim. Thus, he had made precautions to ensure that the spirit beasts would only trap and wound the examinees. Otherwise, how could Ding Shi and the others hold on for so long until Zhang Xian's intervention came without suffering even a single casualty? One must know that they were encircled by several hundred spirit beasts, and a significant proportion of them was even at the Cosmos Bridge realm. However, due to the tense situation then, no one noticed this oddity. Even Zhang Xian had overlooked this fact. I see. Imo Gaoyuan heaved a sigh of relief. With the safety of the students off his mind, he began thinking about the examination, and his eyes slowly gleamed in excitement. So, this is actually an emulation of a war between the spirit beasts and the master teachers. Regardless of whether the examinees are able to see through the crux of this test or not, this will be a good learning experience for them. This will teach them not to underestimate their opponents and keep their guards up at all times, as well as to cultivate their teamwork and make them realize that the strength of an individual is insignificant in the face of a horde. As expected of Elder Mo, this is an incredible work. After their failure, the examinees would understand that master teachers weren't almighty. They might be a member of the most prestigious occupation in the world, but they would be sorely mistaken if they thought that none could threaten them. In a sense, this examination served to correct their attitudes before their enrollment. Elder Imo received the compliment graciously with a nod. The idea is good, but restraining so many spirit beasts at once is no easy feat. I guess only a 6-star pinnacle beast tamer like Elder Imo is capable of doing this on such a scale. Imo Gaoyuan commented in awe. Since there were 30,000 examinees on the mountain, the number of spirit beasts on the mountain couldn't be any lower than 20,000. To force so many haughty beasts to obey commands and hold themselves back after cornering their preys, how capable must one be to achieve this feat? Elder Imo shook his head with a bitter smile. Me? How could I possibly have the capability to do so? I have merely borrowed the strength of a saint beast. He might be a 6-star pinnacle beast tamer, but taming over 20,000 spirit beasts and forcing them to obey his commands was still beyond him. Saint Beast? Your Inferno Dragon Saint Beast? Imo Gaoyuan asked. Everyone knew that Elder Imo had a Saint 1 Dan intermediate stage tamed beast, Inferno Dragon Saint Beast. It was a powerful saint beast capable of breathing flames. Inferno Dragon? That fellow is violent and impatient. I already thank the heavens if it manages to stay out of trouble, so how could I possibly delegate such an important matter to it? The one which I invited over to help me with this examination is the Byzantium Helios beast. Elder Imo replied. Byzantium Helios? You mean the old principal's tamed beast? Imo Gaoyuan realized. Elder Imo nodded. I see. There's indeed nothing to worry about if Byzantium Helios is on the job. Given its capability, no spirit beast will dare to disobey its commands. Imo Gaoyuan nodded as well. On top of that, Byzantium Helios Saint Beast is well versed in the ancient beast language, so it is unlikely that anything will go wrong in this examination, Elder Imo replied. As the tamed beast of the old principal, the Byzantium Helios Saint Beast shared equal standing with him, and no one dared to defy it. Even though the academy was currently headed by the 10 great elders, it still retained its esteemed standing. But ever since the disappearance of the old principal in the midst of a mission, The Byzantium Helios Saint Beast had spent its days in desolation, never interfering in the matters of the Academy anymore. Elder Imo had to pay a hefty price to convince it to help him with this matter. Even now, he could still feel his heart aching whenever he thought about it. Nevertheless, it was well worth the price. With the assistance from the Byzantium Helios Saint Beast, who was well versed in the ancient beast language, there would be no need for Elder Imo to worry about any trouble cropping up in this examination. Logically speaking, since most saint beasts were well versed in the ancient beast language and the human tongue, they could impart the knowledge to the beast tamers and fill in the missing gap in the heritage. However, there was a vast difference in the vocal organs of a saint beast and those of a human, thus resulting in a significant difference in the way each syllable could be voiced. The ancient beast language was the speech natural to the constitution of most beasts. On the other hand, the human body was incompatible with the ancient beast language. Thus, a unique Zhengqi circulation method was required for humans to emulate the various sounds in the ancient beast language. Thus, it was nigh impossible for humans to learn how to speak the ancient beast language from saint beasts. Besides, given that saint beasts were capable of speaking the human language, the language barrier that had impeded beast tamers from communicating with beasts had already collapsed. This removed the fundamental need for beast tamers of 6-star and above to learn the ancient beast language. Even if, under some circumstances, they really had to communicate with a savage beast or spirit beast, they could always get their saint beast to translate for them. With the Byzantium Helios Saint Beast overlooking the examination, there is no need to worry about the examinee's safety. I only fear that it might be too harsh on the examinees. It would be a calamity if none of the examinees were to pass the examination, Imo Gaoyuan said. Perhaps due to the influence of the old principle, the Byzantium Helios Beast also had an austere personality. If it were to heighten the difficulty of the examination by too much, it might come to the point where not even a single examinee could pass the examination. Don't worry, I have already talked to the Byzantium Helios Beast regarding this matter. The examinees will only be trapped for a period of time. They will be released a few hours before the end of the examination, Elder Imo replied, at which he suddenly pointed to the mountain before of him and smiled. Look, there are already a few examinees who have cleared the examination. Turning to the direction in which Elder Imo was pointing, Imo Gaoyuan saw a group of people climbing down the mountain, walking toward where they were standing. It was noon at the moment. Considering how there was still some time before the reporting time in the evening, they must have cleared the examination in advance and were returning to report. What is happening? Upon seeing those figures, Elder Imo was just about to walk over to them to check their points when his eyes suddenly widened. Trailing behind that group of people were a few hundred spirit beasts. Their heads were hung low, reminiscent of defeated roosters. It looks like someone has tamed them. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Imo Gaoyuan's lower jaw nearly hit the ground. Beast taming was one of his supporting occupations, so he could instantly tell that those spirit beasts had been tamed by someone. Otherwise, the heads of those haughty spirit beasts wouldn't have been lowered subserviently. A group of 200 examinees had actually tamed around 500 spirit beasts? Didn't the Byzantium Helios Beast organize the spirit beasts to have them encircle the students and teach them a lesson? Then, what was going on here? On the other hand, at the top of Leiyuan Peak, the Byzantium Helios Beast clenched its jaws and roared furiously, "You want me to acknowledge you as my master? Dream on." As the tamed beast of the old principle of Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, how could it possibly submit to an otherworldly demon? Even beasts had their own sense of morality. While it was likely that the old principle was already dead, it couldn't simply overlook the kindness that the old principle had shown it and submit to the enemy just to live on. Dream on? Not expecting the saint beast which had submitted to the otherworldly demonic tribe to have such backbone, Zhang Xian shook his head. Continue pummeling it. Beat it until it submits. Upon those commands, the puppets began another round of brutal beating. 5 minutes later, the most powerful spirit beast of the academy, which possessed equivalent, standing to the principal, saw its life flashing before its eyes, and it could nearly see a ray of light in the distance beckoning it. Forget it. It's fine if you are unwilling to submit. I'll ask you some questions now, and if you don't answer them honestly, I'll extract your soul after your death and bring eternal anguish upon you." Seeing how the Byzantium Helios beast was still hanging on obstinately despite being on the verge of death, Zhang Xian shook his head. "Did you come here to harm the freshmen of the Master Teacher Academy under the orders of the otherworldly demonic tribe? As long as you spill out the location of those otherworldly demons, I can reward you with a painless death." Under the orders of the otherworldly demonic tribe, gazing at Zhang Xian with eyes so swollen that they could barely open, the Byzantium Helios beast nearly fainted on the spot. "Orders your head. I only came here under Elder Mo's relentless persuasion and generous promises. The reason I am here is to temper more powerful master teachers to bring humanity to greater heights. What the heck does this have to do with the otherworldly demonic tribe? On the other hand, you are the suspicious one. To deal with me using the heart of an otherworldly demon expert before pummeling me with those otherworldly demon puppets. And yet, you still asked me if I am under the orders of the otherworldly demonic tribe? Can you get even more shameless than that?" Chapter 718. Storing in the storage ring. Why? You are still refusing to admit it? Seeing the other party's twitching lips, a sign of obstinacy, Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. If this fellow continued like that, he wouldn't mind resorting to even more extreme methods. Soul torment. Soul torment was a soul oracle technique where an extracted soul would be put through unimaginable anguish so as to force it to speak. It was usually used for interrogation purposes, and rarely had it ever failed. However, this would cause the soul of the interrogated to be wiped cleanly off the face of this world, never to be reincarnated again. Due to the callousness of this technique, Zhang Xian had always been unwilling to utilize it. Who could have known that this fellow would be such a tough nut to crack? He had heard the conversation between the Byzantium Helios beast and the aerial spirit beast clearly. You arranged for the aerial spirit beast to encircle the master teachers, and you still dare to deny the matter before me. Do you really take me for a fool? Do you think that I dare not kill you? Kill me then. Do I look like the type to fear death? I would rather die than to betray my master. The Byzantium Helios beast spat through clenched jaws. The other party was clearly trying to sully its reputation. If it were to give in, the honor it had built using the entirety of its life would collapse in an instant. It would rather die than to live dishonorably. The old principal had dedicated his life to protecting humanity. As his tamed beast, how could it ever face its master if it were to submit to the otherworldly demonic tribe? Continue beating him up? Not expecting this fellow to be so loyal to its otherworldly demon master, to the extent that it would rather die than to betray the latter, Zhang Xian frowned in displeasure. Cough, cough. Just as the puppets were about to launch another wave of punches and kicks on the Byzantium Helios beast, Vicious suddenly spoke up. "Master, I fear that it might really die here if we continue beating it." Hearing those words, Zhang Xian suddenly realized that the Byzantium Helios beast was already teetering on the edge of life and death. If it were pummeled any further, it might just die on the spot. What should I do? Zhang Xian rubbed his glabella in frustration. It was so much easier to deal with other spirit beasts. With a stick and a carrot, they would submit readily. Yet, this fellow just refused to budge. Even though Zhang Xian had put the words harshly, he had no intentions of killing the Byzantium Helios beast at all. Soul torment was not entirely reliable, especially against particularly stubborn individuals. If the Byzantium Helios beast were to die and the soul torment were to fail, the only lead would be lost. As long as the otherworldly demons behind this incident remained scot-free, the Master Teacher Academy would remain in danger. Such incidents could easily happen again and again. Furthermore, if Zhang Xian were to be enrolled in the Master Teacher Academy, his safety would be affected as well. He didn't want to be schemed against once more. I see. I'll treat it first before you continue pummeling it. I don't believe that it can keep up its obstinacy for long. After a moment of contemplation, an idea suddenly came into mind. Zhang Xian took out a wine gourd and infused his zhanqi into it. After that previous incident, Zhang Xian realized that it was exceptionally convenient to conceal the Heaven's Path zhanqi through the overpowering scent of wine. Thus, he decisively bought several gourds of wine and kept them in his storage ring. He poured the gourd's wine on the Byzantium Helios beast's injuries, but it took 2 hours for the latter to heal from its external wounds. Pondering over the matter for a moment, Zhang Xian realized that this could be due to the disparity in their cultivation realms. With his current cultivation of Cosmos Bridge Realm, it would only take a few moments for his Zhenqi to heal those of equivalent cultivation. However, against the significantly stronger body of a saint, his Zhenqi was clearly still far too weak. After healing the latter's external wounds, Zhang Xian had 4 puppets to hold the Byzantium Helios beast, while another 2 pried open its mouth. Just like that, he forced the wine into its mouth. After using up 4 to 5 gourds and an entire hour, the Byzantium Helios beast finally recovered from its internal injury as well. All right, continue pummeling it. After seeing that the other party had recovered from its injuries, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the Byzantium Helios beast didn't die, he had all the time in the world. Death? With my heaven's path, Zhenqi, let's see how you can die. With an unending session of pummeling, there will surely come a day when you give in. Roar. After hearing the instruction, the puppets immediately charged forward excitedly and began another round of pummeling. Soon, hideous crimson swellings returned onto the body of the Byzantium Helios beast, and its breathing grew ragged. After treating it with the heaven's path Zhenqi again, yet another pummeling session rained down on the Byzantium Helios beast. After 3 consecutive cycles, light had vanished from the Byzantium Helios beast's eyes, and it seemed to be nearing the limits of its tolerance. But even so, it still refused to spout the slightest word regarding the otherworldly demonic tribe. In a sense, Zhang Xian was also impressed by the other party's loyalty to its master. Let's stop here for today. Looking above him, Zhang Xian realized that the sun was gradually descending in the west. If he didn't hurry back, he just might fail the examination. Thus, he could only halt the pummeling session for now. It was frustrating how he had spent half a day of effort, but still couldn't make a saint beast submit to him. The Byzantium Helios beast's loyalty toward its master was simply so strong that the usual tricks Zhang Xian used were rendered completely ineffective. Zhang Xian knew that the only way was to slowly wear the Byzantium Helios beast down mentally. In any case, time was on his side. But this fellow is so big, am I to lug him around? To continue the questioning, Zhang Xian would have to take the fellow away with him. However, considering the size of the Byzantium Helios beast, how was he supposed to take it with him? Of course, it was possible for Zhang Xian to carry it around, but no matter what, the Byzantium Helios beast was a true saint beast. If others were to learn that he had managed to reduce it to such a pitiful state, their first doubt would be how he had managed to do so. The subsequent investigation might lead to the revelation of the existence of vicious and the otherworldly demon puppets. Since this concerned the otherworldly demonic tribe, it was best to proceed cautiously. Besides, he had only arrived at the Master Teacher Academy recently, so he thought that it would be best for him to lie low. There was no need for him to cause such a huge storm and have everyone know that even saint beasts were nothing before him. The myriad ant hive nest might be small, but it might still work if I were to force this fellow in. Zhang Xian analyzed as he stroked his lower jaw. The physique of the Byzantium Helios beast bore some resemblance to an ape. If its head were to be planted into its pants before rolling its body together and fastening it with some rope, it might just be possible to stuff it into the small ant hive nest. In his previous life, there were some yoga experts whose bodies were so flexible that they could even fit into a tiny fish tank. I should give it a try. With this idea in mind, Zhang Xian immediately dived into action. He took out a strip of skin from a spirit beast he had hunted earlier and sliced it into a long rope using the Glacier Rain sword before passing it to the puppets. The puppets first pummeled the Byzantium Helios beast into a state of near death before rolling it up and binding it with the rope. After which, they sent another few more kicks and punches at its body to further compress it. In any case, the other party was a saint beast with incredible vitality, and it was being nourished by Zhang Xian's Zhenqi as well. It would be extremely difficult for it to die. After some arduous effort, the The Byzantium Helios beast was finally compressed to a size that could be fitted into the ant hive nest. Thus, Zhang Xian flicked his hand and took out the nest. With another wave of his hand, he stored the Byzantium Helios beast in the hive. Pung! In the hive, the myriad ant hive queen suddenly found itself being forcefully pushed to the sides of the hive. Its face was pressed tightly against the ceiling, and its body had distorted into a giant word. It seemed as though its body would burst at any moment now. The hive of 2 meters radius should have been a comfortable fit for it, but with the entry of the Byzantium Helios beast, free space became something that was direly lacking in there. The ant-hive queen found itself on the verge of being suffocated to death. It was fortunate that its physical constitution was still relatively strong. Otherwise, it might really burst from the immense pressure pushing against it. Knowing that it was a squeeze inside, Zhang Xian sheepishly instructed the myriad ant-hive queen, "Just tolerate it for now. I'll free you after I find a suitable location." Both the Byzantium Helios beast and the myriad ant-hive queen were secrets that Zhang Xian was unwilling to reveal. Thus, the only solution was to keep them hidden inside the hive for the time being until he returned to his own dwelling. After returning the ant hive nest into the storage ring, Zhang Xian scanned the surroundings one last time, and he suddenly spotted 2 storage rings on the ground. They were the storage rings the aerial spirit beast had stolen from Brother Yu and Senior Feng. The storage rings seemed to have fallen from the Byzantium Helios beast during the vicious beating by the otherworldly demon puppets. Zhang Xian picked the rings up and fused a droplet of his blood into each of the rings. The soul imprint on the rings had already been wiped away by the Byzantium Helios beast's forceful entry earlier, allowing Zhang Xian to claim ownership of the rings directly. There are so many inner cores inside. This should be enough for me to clear the examination and win the bet. Looks like I need not hunt any further. Scanning through the content of the storage ring, Zhang Xian found plenty of spirit beast inner cores inside. Through the beast scale incense and seeking mouse, Brother Yu and Senior Feng had managed to track down and kill many spirit beasts. While there shouldn't be a problem for Brother Yu and Senior Feng to clear the examination, it would be difficult for them to hunt down this many inner cores with the time that was left. Thus, it could be said that they had already lost the bet. Aside from that, there were also several thousand middle-tier spirit stones, along with all kinds of artifacts and formations inside the 2 storage rings. Those 2 fellows sure are wealthy. But this works fine as well. I happen to be lacking resources at the moment. It just so happened that Zhang Xian was a little poor at the moment, so the acquiring of these 2 storage rings could spare him quite a lot of trouble. As for returning the storage rings, that was a good joke. It wasn't like he was the one who stole these storage rings. He had spent so much effort to defeat the Byzantium Helios beast, and these 2 storage rings were his spoils of war. Just as Zhang Xian was about to put those 2 storage rings in his pocket, he suddenly thought of something, and he immersed his consciousness back into the storage rings. A moment later, a jade token appeared in his palm. A beautiful light flowed within the transparent jade token. This was the aerial strike amulet which Brother Yu had staked on the bet. He had checked this object with the Library of Heaven's Path earlier, and it was indeed a valuable artifact. To think that he would end up obtaining it in such a manner. With this item in hand, I will be able to survive an attack from a saint one day. Zhang Xian thought as he placed the amulet into his bosom. The dragon scale protective amulet he had acquired previously had saved him on multiple occasions, and this item was even more valuable than that. With this, even if a Saint One Dan were to creep up on him and launch a fatal blow, he would be able to get away unscathed. As long as he overcame the initial assault, he would be able to release Vicious and his otherworldly demon puppets and reverse the situation. It is a pity that the Seeking Mouse isn't here. After putting away the storage rings, Zhang Xian suddenly recalled the Seeking Mouse, and he shook his head in disappointment. Considering the Seeking Mouse's ability to hunt down spirit beasts, it was indeed a valuable asset. That aerial spirit beast had only been interested in uncovering the whereabouts of the myriad ant-hive queen then, so it had probably only grabbed whatever possible clues there may be. Once the Seeking Mouse had escaped, given its sharp nose, it would be hard to capture it once more. Let's return. After scanning through the straw cottage and finding no treasure at all, Zhang Xian finally left the top of Leiyuan Peak in disappointment. Right after pummeling the Byzantium Helios beast, Zhang Xian had the Ant-Hive Myriad Queen instruct the aerial spirit beast to release all of the master teachers from the encirclement. After being released from the encirclement, the master teachers would have to depend on their own capabilities to pass the examination. After all, Zhang Xian was no saint. All of the examinees should have come with the realization that they would be put in danger. If they were to be killed by the spirit beasts, they only had their own shortcomings to blame. Executing the red dust heaven ascending steps, Zhang Xian swiftly bypassed several valleys. He noticed several battles here and there, and it seemed like there were casualties on both sides as well. However, it was still within an acceptable range. On the way down the mountain, there were also several spirit beasts who attempted to provoke him, but they ended up being crushed with a single fist. Naturally, Zhang Xian didn't forget to take their inner cores. By the time he was approaching the foot of the mountain, there was already a huge crowd in the area. He looked around for a remote area to land before quietly following behind the crowd. Chapter 719. Brother Yu's harvest. Several long queues of master teachers, extending all the way to the horizon, could be seen on the plain at the foot of the mountain. At the forefront of every single queue were upper-grade students from the academy. They were in charge of checking the quantity and grade of the inner cores procured by the examinees and tabulating the scores. From time to time, there were those who tried their chances by bringing out inner cores procured before the examination. But how could the eyes of a master teacher be fooled that easily? Zhang Xian had joined one of those queues. He curiously glanced at the spectacle ahead of him. There seemed to be a couple of examinees who passed the examination, but those who failed seemed to be in the majority. The examination this year is too hard. From the looks of it, out of the 30,000 examinees, perhaps only 10,000 will pass. This is way too difficult. We have allied ourselves with the master teachers from 2 other empires, and we thought that we could clear the examination easily. Who could have known that we would end up falling for the spirit beast's encirclement and suffer heavy losses? We also fell into their trap as well. Our group of 300 ended up being scattered by their onslaught, and eventually, 50 of us were grievously wounded in the encounter. After 2 hours of battle, right after noon, the spirit beasts suddenly retreated. Only then did we manage to hunt down a few spirit beasts, but it was still insufficient for most of us to clear the examination. The spirit beasts who encircled us also retreated after noon. However, we weren't as lucky. There were simply too many casualties among us, so we could only rest on the spot. In the end, we only managed to gather a handful of inner cores. Proceeding forward, Zhang Xian heard some discussions among the examinees. It is fortunate that we managed to avoid the worst situation. Hearing the discussions, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief instead. It was fortunate that he had noticed and intervened in the otherworldly demonic tribe's scheme early on. Otherwise, it would be hard to tell how many of the 30,000 master teachers would still be breathing now. Such loss would be severe even for the master teacher pavilion. This credit, I guess I shan't claim it from the master teacher pavilion. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Xian chose to hide this matter. Unraveling the sinister ploy of the otherworldly demonic tribe and saving several 10,000 master teachers was a huge achievement. If reported, Zhang Xian would be handsomely rewarded. At the very least, it shouldn't be difficult for him to obtain dozens of high-tier spirit stones from this. But if so, it would be hard for him to explain about Vicious and the otherworldly demon puppets. These 2 were currently his most valuable asset, his life preservation means. They were more valuable than any spirit stones. Thus, there was no choice but to forego this credit. Such a pity. Having this opportunity slip right by his fingers, Zhang Xian felt his heart ache. If he could obtain several dozen high-tier spirit stones, that would be sufficient for him to cultivate up to Saint Realm. If there was any consolation, at least he managed to obtain the valuable aerial strike amulet, and more importantly, the myriad ant hive nest and the Byzantium Helios beast. If it comes down to it, I can always kill the Byzantium Helios beast. Its meat can be broiled as soup, its bones and claws can be forged as weapons, its fur can be weaved as clothes, and its inner core is a valuable cultivation resource. Considering that these are parts of a saint beast, they should fetch quite a number of spirit stones. Zhang Xian thought as he stroked Qin. While it was a pity that he couldn't receive the rewards from the Master-Teacher Pavilion, he should still be able to earn some wealth from dissecting the Byzantium Helios beast and selling its parts. Yes, I should look into this matter after the examination. If that fellow still remains as obstinate as before. Thinking that it was a feasible solution, Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction. But when I sell it, I should make sure to do it discreetly so as to not reveal my identity. Otherwise, it may become hard to explain where the saint beast came from and how it was killed. The Byzantium Helios beast was a Saint Wandan pinnacle expert. In Hongyuan Empire, it could be considered as one of the strongest existence already. If it became known that a freshman of the Master-Teacher Academy had managed to hunt such a beast and dissected it to sell, it would surely cause a huge stir. If the 10 great Master-Teachers were to come begging to take him in as their disciple, he would be put in a spot. Just the thought of it left him with a splitting headache. Why was remaining humble such a difficult task? He had already made up his mind to study silently in the Master-Teacher Academy and leave right after his strength had become satisfactorily. He didn't want to cause a huge stir as he did in the other empires and kingdoms. To be seen as the god of destruction despite being a master teacher was truly shameful. Just as Zhang Xian was in the midst of contemplation, he suddenly heard an interesting piece of news. I heard that a batch of people returned at noon. Despite returning early, not only did they clear the examination, they even received a frightening number of points. A master teacher who had managed to lay his hands on some intelligence revealed that in a hushed voice. Returned at noon? Frightening number of points? Who? The second master teacher asked skeptically. I am not too sure. I only heard of the matter from the seniors in front. It seems like the current first place for the examination has a massive lead over the others. Massive lead over the others? Do you mean that the person surpasses even Senior Hu from Wanyu Empire? I saw Senior Hu taking out 27 inner cores personally, and a couple of them were from Cosmos Bridge Realm Spirit Beasts. All in all, he was awarded more than 700 points. Yet, someone actually achieved a score higher than him? Are you for real? The second master teacher widened his eyes in shock. Most of those in their group didn't even manage to acquire a single point, but Senior Hu from Wanyu Empire actually managed to take out 27 inner cores. As such, this matter caused a huge stir amongst the examinees. Yet, there was actually someone who arrived at noon who did better than Senior Hu? I am unaware of the details as well. I only heard bits and pieces of the seniors' conversation. Higher than 700 points? That man who returned at noon sure is incredible. It seems like there are indeed quite a few geniuses amongst the freshmen. Hearing the content of the conversation, Zhang Xian nodded in commendation. Considering how the inner core of a Cosmos Bridge Realm Primary Stage Spirit Beast was worth 100 points, it would mean that one would have to slay at least 6 to 7 of them to achieve a score of 700 points. Most of the examinees were still at Transcendent Mortal 4-Dan Pinnacle. One could already be considered to be the elite of the group if one's cultivation was at Consonant Spirit Realm. So far, the only Cosmos Bridge Realm cultivator Zhang Xian had seen was Brother Yu. But even with Brother Yu's capability, slaying a Cosmos Bridge Realm Primary Stage Spirit Beast was still an extremely difficult task. Yet, a formidable genius had actually returned at noon and achieved a score far higher than 700 points. That person's capability was indeed frightening. Based on Zhang Xian's estimations, that person might even be on par with him. I really should find a chance to meet that incredible person. I wonder what kind of formidable figure could nurture such a talented genius. The more Zhang Xian thought about it, the more impressed he felt. Massive lead over the others? Did he score 1,000 points? But so what if he scored 1,000 points? That is nothing at all. At that moment, a cold harumph suddenly sounded. Hearing such arrogant words, the conversing master teachers frowned and turned around. However, upon seeing the person who spoke those words, they subconsciously took a step back. What appeared before their eyes were 2 young men dressed in beast skin. Despite their shabby appearance, the powerful aura they exuded revealed their incredible prowess. One of them was at the half-Cosmos Bridge Realm, whereas the other was a true Cosmos Bridge Realm expert. It was no wonder they were so confident. With their combined strength, even a Cosmos Bridge Realm primary stage spirit beast wouldn't pose a threat to them. Just that, why were they both dressed in beast skin, as if they were from some kind of tribal village? More importantly, the beast skin they wore was extremely crude. There was probably no adjective in the world that could describe how ugly it looked. The weaker of the duo was even carrying a bag created out of beast skin. To think that a half five-star master teacher would actually be carrying a bag. Were they so poor that they couldn't even afford a storage ring? While master teachers prided themselves on their humility, weren't the two of them being a little too humble? Zhang Xian also glanced over, and he realized that the both of them were familiar faces. They were the duo who had made the bet with him, Brother Yu and Senior Feng. Shouldn't the both of them be elegant and dashing gentlemen? This newfound style of theirs. They seem to be challenging their fashion sense a little too far. Zhang Shi, it's good that you have returned. Do you dare to verify your score together with me? Ignoring the astonished crowd, Brother Yu's lips crept up as he glanced at Zhang Xian. Even though his possessions had been stripped clean by a ferocious spirit beast earlier at noon, it was fortunate that he still had his beast scale incense. Through it, not only had he managed to hunt a fair number of spirit beasts, he had obtained even more inner cores than before. With this, he was confident that he would be able to triumph over Zhang Shi. Perhaps, he might even overtake the current first place and make a name for himself in the Master Teacher Academy. Sure. Zhang Xian nodded. While he had spent most of his time on the mountain questioning the Byzantium Helios beast, he still managed to obtain a fair number of inner cores. It shouldn't be too difficult for him to win against these two. Sensing the strong rivalry between the beast skin master teachers and Zhang Shi, the crowd hurriedly opened up a path for them to pass through. In just a short moment, the trio arrived at the forefront of the queue. I have a bet with this Zhang Shi. I hope you can tabulate our points for us. Looking at the few invigilating seniors ahead of them, Brother Yu bowed politely. Bet? The invigilating seniors frowned upon hearing those words. Indeed. Zhang Shi and I have bet a high-tier spirit stone on who would obtain a higher score in this examination. I fear that he will renege on his promise, so I hope that you can help us judge this matter. Brother, you said, a high-tier spirit stone? The stakes sure are high. Hearing the content of the bet, the examinees in the surroundings gasped in shock. Even the seniors were taken aback as well. They were grade 2 students of the Master Teacher Academy, but they didn't dare to make such a huge bet either. To stake a high-tier spirit stone on a bet, the freshmen sure are getting gutsier with each passing year. Fine, I'll judge your bet, the senior remarked before nodding in agreement. Pass your inner cores over. All right, Brother Yu beckoned to Senior Feng, and the latter immediately took off his bag and opened it. Voila! A bunch of inner cores rolled onto the table. So many inner cores. Consonant Spirit and Cosmos Bridge Realm Spirit Beast inner cores. What is that? Crimson in color. That is a perfect harmonization realm primary stage Spirit Beast inner core. How is that possible? The sharp aura reminiscent of a blade and the searing sensation when gazing upon it. There is no doubt that this is the inner core of a perfect harmonization realm spirit beast. To actually hunt and procure the inner core of a perfect harmonization realm spirit beast, it looks like the champion seat is going to change hands. Indeed, looking at the inner cores on the table, the crowd was stunned for an instant before a huge uproar broke out. Putting aside the other inner cores, just the perfect harmonization realm primary stage spirit beast inner core was already worth a hulking 1,000 points. Even the genius who arrived at noon whom the seniors were speaking about was unlikely to compare to this. It was no wonder the two of them were so arrogant. They had something to back up their words. Chapter 720. Zhang Xian's Loss? He was able to kill even a perfect harmonization realm spirit beast? Zhang Xian was startled for an instant before it suddenly hit him. He didn't recall seeing any beast-scale incense in the duo's storage ring when searching through them, and this meant that there was a high chance that the artifact was still on them. If that was the case, they would indeed stand a good chance at slaying a perfect harmonization realm spirit beast. Despite the rarity, there were still a couple of perfect harmonization realm spirit beasts roaming the mountain. If one were to comb the area thoroughly, one would surely be able to find a handful. After Zhang Xian took down the Byzantium Helios beast, the spirit beasts lost their commander, and their coordination immediately broke down. Without anyone to rally and organize them, they ended scattering around the area individually. Under such circumstances, if one had an artifact like the beast scale incense in hand, one would surely be able to hunt down plenty of spirit beasts. Just that, there was still one more matter that baffled Zhang Xian. Why were the two of them dressed in beast skin? Did the aerial spirit beast strip them of their clothes as well? Could it be that it had such inclinations? Zhang Xian shuddered at that thought. Considering how the duo had their storage rings and weapons taken from them, it would be difficult for them to craft proper clothes. Most probably, they had barely put together their current wear by tearing the hide of the spirit beasts they had hunted. How pitiful! Upon this thought, Zhang Xian couldn't help but sympathize with the duo. To think that two talented master teachers would end up getting stripped clean by a spirit beast and tossed into a mountain valley. Just the thought of it would leave anyone feeling sorry for them. While Zhang Xian was staring at the duo in sympathy, Brother Yu was currently enjoying the loud cheers from the crowd. Placing his hands behind his back, he turned to Zhang Xian and gazed down on him with a look of superiority. Zhang Shi, I have already taken out my inner cores. Where are yours? Mine. Knowing what was at stake, Zhang Xian chuckled lightly and flicked his wrist. Another pile of inner cores immediately appeared on the table. The inner cores which he had obtained from the duo, and the inner cores he had procured from slaying the spirit beasts on the way back down, added up to a substantial sum. It was quite an astonishing sight to see them appear all in one place. However, there weren't any perfect harmonization realm inner cores within the pile. Luoyang beast, Viritsmoke beast, Seven Feeler beast? Why do those inner cores look so familiar? Upon seeing the inner cores that Zhang Xian had taken out, Brother Yu and Senior Feng glanced at one another in astonishment. Somehow, the inner cores that Zhang Shi took out seemed extremely similar to those they had procured in the morning. Perhaps there might be many of the same spirit beasts on the mountain. Eventually, they convinced themselves as such. After all, their storage rings were stolen by an aerial spirit beast, so how could they possibly fall into Zhang Shi's hands? The only plausible reason was that they had simply managed to kill the same spirit beasts. Considering that they were hunting spirit beasts on the same mountain, as slim as the chances may seem to be, there was indeed such a possibility. Even though that fellow has quite a few inner cores, he seems to be a little lacking compared to us. That fellow is bound to lose. After the initial shock, Brother Yu's eyes lit up in agitation. Honestly speaking, after knowing that the other party had defeated Senior Feng with a single finger and seeing how he had dared to put a high-tier spirit stone on the stake, doubts had begun sprouting in his mind, leaving him uneasy. However, upon seeing the quantity and quality of inner cores that the other party had taken out, Brother Yu immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Chuckling confidently, Brother Yu turned to the invigilators and clasped his fist. I hope that you can judge our scores. All right. Seeing how the both parties of the bet had managed to procure so many inner cores, the seniors before the table were astonished. They hurriedly lowered their heads to tabulate the score of each pile. A few moments later, a senior stood up, and gesturing to Brother Yu, he said, This junior over here has a perfect harmonization realm inner core, 3 Cosmos Bridge realm inner cores, 26 Consonant Spirit realm inner cores, and 18 Clarifying Turbidity realm pinnacle inner cores. All in all, he has received a score of 2,658 points. 2,658 points? Teach, this is too amazing. I thought that it was already impressive that Senior Hu from Wanyu Empire achieved a score of 700 points, but to think that this fellow would be even more formidable. With 2,000 points, he has probably already broken the record. It is no wonder he is so arrogant. With such strength and capability, it would be difficult for one not to be so. I wonder how many points that master teacher who arrived at noon earned. Nevertheless, against a score of 2,658, I doubt that he will be able to retain his throne. A commotion broke out in the surroundings. There was quite a handful that wasn't able to obtain even a single point, And yet this fellow actually received a hulking score of 2,658. Just the thought of it was inconceivable in itself. What score do you think Zhang Shi will get? After the wave of shock calmed down, the curious eyes of the crowd instinctively gathered on Zhang Xian. Considering how the master teachers dressed in beast skin were able to obtain such a high score, the person whom they were going against should be a formidable figure as well. Another senior who had been tabulating Zhang Xian's score spoke up. Zhang Shi has obtained 5 Cosmos Bridge Realm Pinnacle Inner Cores, 3 Cosmos Bridge Realm Primary Stage Inner Cores, 13 Consonant Bridge Realm. All in all, he has received a score of 2,580. 2,580? To lose by only 70 points, that is truly a pity. Upon hearing the score, a moment of silence drifted in the surroundings before a huge commotion exploded. It was one thing for the gap between both parties to be huge, but given that they were both in the 2,000 range, and the gap between them was less than 100, it was indeed a huge pity for the losing party. I lost. Zhang Xian was taken aback. He'd thought that it would be difficult for the duo to win against him after the aerial spirit beast had stolen the storage rings from them, but who could have known that in just a few hours they were actually able to make a comeback? Incredible. As expected of the top geniuses of a region, they were truly not to be underestimated. But do I really have to hand over a high-tier spirit stone to them? Due to his complacency, Zhang Xian had never thought that he would actually lose. He was fine with losing to the other party, but giving a high-tier spirit stone away? His heart might just bleed dry. Should I take out the myriad ant hive queen? The troubled Zhang Xian contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. As the personnel in charge of intelligence in the operation against the master teachers on Leiyuan Peak, the myriad ant hive queen played a pivotal role in the operation, working as a direct assistant to the Byzantium Helios beast. If he were to bring it out, he might risk alarming the otherworldly demons, which might trigger them to conduct even more extreme actions once they realize that their identity might have already been exposed. If so, he would risk putting many in danger, especially since he couldn't warn the Master Teacher Pavilion of the matter due to his personal reasons. But if not, was he really to hand over the high-tier spirit stone to the other party? All right, the results are clear. Zhang Shi, what else do you have to say? Upon achieving victory, Brother Yu clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes gleamed in excitement. What else do I have to say? Zhang Xian shook his head. This is your combined score. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have won the bet against me. Indeed. How come their score is tabulated together as one? Considering how the both of them hunted together, if the points were to be divided equally among them, Zhang Shi would still be the winner. Upon realizing this fact, the crowd nodded in agreement. The both of them had hunted together, whereas Zhang Shi had moved as an individual, but both sides still ended up achieving similar scores. No matter how one looked at it, it was clear that the latter was the winner. As if expecting Zhang Xian to speak those words, Senior Feng replied with a smile. Elder Mo stated clearly in the rules that the allocation of points is up to the individual. Since that's the case, I'll just take 77 points and leave the rest to Brother Yu. Shameless. If that fellow only takes 77 points, that you fellow will have a total score of 2,581 points, thus winning against Zhang Shi by a margin of 1 point. He is definitely doing it on purpose. But this is indeed the rule Elder Mo has set. In that respect, there's nothing wrong with what he is doing. Hearing Senior Feng's words, everyone fell speechless. Elder Mo did say that examinees were allowed to freely allocate the points obtained from a hunt. If that fellow really took only 77 points from the hunt, Brother Yu would be left with 2,581 points, thus putting him a single point higher than Zhang Shi. What a shameless action this was. Ignoring the furious criticism from the crowd, Senior Feng clasped his fist politely and asked, Seniors, may I know if this is allowed? This? After a moment of hesitation, one of the seniors nodded. Yes, this is permitted. Since this was a rule set by Elder Mo, there was no way they could go against it. Thank you. Zhang Shi, what else do you have to say now? Even after taking away 77 points, Brother Yu is still 1 point above you. In the end, you still lost. The edges of Senior Feng's lips crept up. After the numerous traumas he had suffered from this fellow, he finally managed to return the favor. Exhilaration surged in his heart with every thump, and he felt as if he could float into the skies in euphoria. On the other hand, Zhang Xian needed his glabella in frustration. The other party was right. Under the current state of affairs, he would still lose to Brother Yu. Shaking his head, he turned to the seniors before him and asked, "Seniors, may I ask if the examination is over yet?" "The examination?" Hearing the question, the seniors turned their heads and glanced backward. Not too far away, an incense was placed on top of a stone pedestal. Beneath the coiling smoke trails, one could see that the incense was nearing its end. The duration of the trial was a day. While most examinees used the movement of the sun to gauge the timing, an incense was still prepared to keep track of time precisely. At this moment, the sun had already set in the west, indicating the end of the day. But as long as the incense hadn't burned out yet, the examination couldn't be said to have ended. The senior did a rough estimation and replied, "There are roughly 10 minutes left." 10 minutes? That's right. The senior nodded. Why? Are you still intending to dive back into the forest to hunt? Do you think that you can make it back within 10 minutes? Realizing what Zhang Xian was up to, Brother Yu burst into laughter. The spirit beasts nearing the reporting venue had already been cleanly cleared away by the examinees descending from the mountains. It would be difficult to travel to the depths of the mountain in just 10 minutes, but to find a spirit beast and return in that time period as well. How naive could one get? His eyes were open, but he was clearly dreaming. There is indeed not much time left. Gazing at the incense above the stone pedestal, the other master teachers also nodded in agreement. To find and hunt down a spirit beast from the mountain within 10 minutes. Unless one could fly, that would be impossible. Just admit defeat. Even if there are 10 minutes left, you know that it's impossible for you to succeed. Besides, even though I chose to take 77 points, I can always give more points to Brother Yu if required. In other words, the only way for you to win against us is to kill 1 Cosmos Bridge Realm or 2 Consonant Spirit Realm Pinnacle Spirit Beasts. Do you think that you can do it within 10 minutes? Senior Feng sneered coldly. There was a disparity of 78 points between the both parties at the moment. If Senior Feng were to claim only a single point, Zhang Xian would require 78 points to defeat Brother Yu. The inner core of a Consonant Spirit Realm Pinnacle Spirit Beast was worth 40 points, so Zhang Xian would have to kill 2 of them. Alternatively, he could also choose to hunt down a Cosmos Bridge Realm Spirit Beast. However, despite roaming the forest for an entire day, they'd barely found a handful of Cosmos Bridge Realm Spirit Beasts. To find and hunt one down and bring back its inner core within 10 minutes, the other party was clearly deluding himself. You're right. If it were just me, it would be difficult. Ignoring the doubts from the crowd and Senior Feng's sneer, Zhang Xian pinched his glabella and said, "But I don't want to lose, so I can only give it a try." With those words, he raised his head and whistled sharply. Woo-woo! The next moment, a massive great violet-winged beast suddenly swooped across the air, swiftly disappearing into the depths of the mountains. That is, your half-9 Dan-tamed beast? But it can only be used once throughout the examination. You haven't used it yet? Senior Feng and Brother Yu's faces suddenly turned ghastly pale. Chapter 721. You are Zhang Shi? I haven't. Zhang Xian replied. With his current strength, he didn't need to use the great violet-winged beast to deal with mere Cosmos Bridge Realm and Perfect Harmonization Realm Spirit Beasts. As for an opponent of the Byzantium Helios Beast level, it would be futile even if he were to send the great violet-winged beast at it. As such, throughout the examination, Zhang Xian hadn't tapped into the strength of the great violet-winged beast yet. He actually hasn't used it yet. Brother Yu and Senior Feng's lips twitched, and they nearly burst into tears. They had specially asked Elder Imo regarding the issue of high-tier spirit beasts before the examination, and the response they had received was that they could only be used once. They'd thought that given how Zhang Xian had managed to procure so many inner cores, he must have used the ability of his tamed beast. Who could have possibly known that his tamed beast would prove to be the decisive factor in their bet? It might be difficult for them to hunt down a spirit beast within 10 minutes, But for the half-9 Dan Great Violet-Winged Beast, it was no issue at all. Could they really fail due to this? If that were to really happen, they might just cry their eyes out. Nevertheless, there's a chance that the Great Violet-Winged Beast might be unable to find a spirit beast, or that it won't be able to accomplish the feat within 10 minutes. We still have hope. At this point, brother, you could only hold on dearly to this slither of hope. So what if the other party used his Great Violet-Winged Beast? They hadn't lost yet. Perhaps Lady Luck might just favor them. I can only hope for the best now. Ignoring the others, Zhang Xian gazed into the sky. When he was descending from the mountain, he noticed some trails which indicated the rough directions where spirit beasts might be hiding. In his whistle, he'd informed the Great Violet-Winged Beast of those locations, so capturing one shouldn't be a problem. The issue was with the tier of the spirit beast. He could only win against Brother Yu if the spirit beast was at Cosmos Bridge Realm. Just as he was deep in thought, a huge gust of wind suddenly blew from the sky. The Great Violet-Winged Beast had finally returned, and gripped in its large claws was an aerial spirit beast. Not bad, you returned quite fast. But why does this spirit beast look so familiar? Seeing how the other party had returned within 2 minutes, Zhang Xian nodded in approval. However, upon catching sight of the spirit beast it had captured, he couldn't help but freeze for an instant. Why did this fellow look so familiar? It was then when it suddenly struck him. Wasn't this the fellow he had seen reporting to the Byzantium Helios beast, as well as the one who had stolen Brother Yu and Senior Feng's storage rings? It seemed like that fellow was in the midst of his flight when he bumped into the Great Violet-Winged Beast, so the latter chose to capture it. But this fellow... Zhang Xian's lips twitched upon the realization. He hurriedly turned his sights to Brother Yu and Senior Feng, and as expected, the eyes of the duo had reddened in fury. If looks could kill, that aerial spirit beast would have withered there and then. It is that fellow. Karma always strikes at the most unexpected situations. This is great. Incapable of flight, it was nigh impossible for them to capture the aerial spirit beast and get even with it. Nevertheless, they had already solemnly sworn to themselves to comb through the entire Leiyuan Peak to hunt that fellow down no matter how long it took. But by some stroke of luck, Zhang Shi's tamed beast had actually managed to capture that darned fellow. The heavens are impartial. With this, not only would they be able to get their vengeance, they would also be able to retrieve their storage rings and boost their score further. Zhang Shi, have your tamed beast throw that fellow down. I have some personal grudges to clear with it. Brother Yu roared furiously in anger. Throw it down? Seeing that fellow's attitude, Zhang Xian shook his head before gesturing to the Great Violet-Winged Beast. Receiving the instructions, the Great Violet-Winged Beast hesitated for a moment before releasing its claws, leaving the aerial spirit beast to plummet to the ground. Who? The transcendent mortal 7, Dan spirit beast whizzed through the sky. Wait till I lay my hands on you. Recalling the humiliation of being stripped clean, Brother Yu pushed against the ground and leaped into the sky. Gathering his might, he wrapped his zhunqi around his fist as if blazing flames. What is that fellow up to? That spirit beast was captured by Zhang Shi's tamed beast. Why is he trying to kill it? The master teachers in the surroundings glanced at one another in confusion as they watched Brother Yu rushing frenziedly toward the spirit beast Zhang Shi had captured. Boom! But at that moment, the transcendent mortal 7 Dan aerial spirit beast suddenly opened its eyes, and with a forceful flap of its wings, it stabilized its posture before retaliating with its claws. While it only managed to recover at that very instant, with its superior cultivation and positional advantage, it still managed to gain the upper hand. Pong! As the fist and the claw collided, Brother Yu felt as if a huge mountain had crushed down on him. An incomparably dense might struck him squarely, leaving his apertures bleeding from the impact. So, under the immense force, the rising Brother Yu was suddenly smacked back down like a cannonball, leaving behind a huge depression in the ground. Pooh! Fresh blood spurted from his mouth. The clash had left him severely wounded. As talented as he was only a transcendent mortal 6 Dan Cosmos Bridge Realm primary stage cultivator at the moment. Against a 7 Dan perfect harmonization spirit beast, he was still far too lacking. Brother Yu, not expecting such an outcome, Senior Feng hurriedly rushed forward to help his companion up. By the time he turned his sight back to the 7-Dan aerial spirit beast, the latter was already heading off into the distance. Panicked, Senior Feng exclaimed, "Zhang Shi, that fellow is escaping. If that fellow were to get away, how are they supposed to get their storage rings back and exact vengeance?" "You're right," Zhang Xian remarked nonchalantly, as if he was uninvolved in this matter. Stunned by Zhang Xian's nonchalance, Senior Feng's rage flurried. "Then what are you waiting for? Capture it." "Capture it? I would love to do so, but I am only allowed to use my tamed beast once. I have already used up my chance when my tamed beast brought it over here. If I were to use it once more, won't I be reported for flouting the rules?" Zhang Xian said with a troubled expression on his face. Of course he couldn't capture that fellow back. Otherwise, if the existence of the Byzantium Helios beast were to be made known somehow, he could potentially land himself in trouble. It was still better to keep out of trouble's way than to risk it. Pooh. Hearing those words, Brother Yu, who had barely just recovered slightly from his injuries, couldn't help but spew another mouthful of blood out of frustration. He was certain that the great violet-winged beast had sealed the aerial spirit beast's meridians beforehand, thus binding the latter's movement. How did the latter recover from that so quickly? Furthermore, even if the aerial spirit beast did recover, the force of its attack was a little too strong. It was as if the great violet-winged beast had sided with the aerial spirit beast against him. While he was busy spurting blood, Senior Feng's body was trembling in frustration. Why did he have to be so nosy and raise the concern regarding Zhang Shi's tamed beast? He'd thought that this rule would help him to subdue that fellow, but who knew that he would be the one suffering from it in the end? Spewing yet a mouthful of fresh blood, Brother Yu howled furiously. "As long as you capture the aerial spirit beast back, I'm willing to admit defeat." As long as he could retrieve his storage rings, what did losing an aerial strike amulet count as? "You will admit defeat? Then, where is the aerial strike amulet you promised me?" Zhang Xian stretched out his hand, demanding for his possession. Brother Yu's body stiffened. "It has been stolen by that aerial spirit beast. Only after capturing it can I hand it over to you. Don't worry. As long as you capture that fellow, I'll hand it over to you," Brother Yu replied, gritting his teeth. "That won't do. You will have to hand the aerial strike amulet over first before I will instruct my spirit beast to capture that fellow. I am taking a huge risk here by doing this. You know that my actions might be taken as flouting the rules, thus putting me at risk of disqualification, right? The least you can do is to show your sincerity," Zhang Xian replied. Brother Yu was on the verge of exploding from frustration. "Don't worry. I, Yu Cheng, vow that even if I don't have the aerial strike amulet, I will compensate you with a high-tier spirit stone. You need not worry about me reneging on my promise." Unable to produce the item, Brother Yu could only offer a promise. In other words, the aerial strike amulet isn't in your possession? Yet, instead of focusing on the promise, Zhang Xian chose to bite firmly at the underlying meaning behind Brother Yu's statement. This time, Brother Yu really burst into tears. "Can you stop mentioning the aerial strike amulet? All I need you to do is to capture that fellow. I'll give you whatever you want afterward as long as you do it. So can you just stop talking about the aerial strike amulet?" "Brother Yu, that fellow is already gone." Just as Brother Yu was about to continue arguing, he suddenly heard Senior Feng's despairing words. Hurriedly lifting his gaze, he realized that the transcendent mortal 7-Dan spirit beast had already vanished in the dark sky. If not for this incident, they might still have been able to find that aerial spirit beast in Leiyuan Peak. However, after this matter, why would that aerial spirit beast dare to remain here knowing that someone was after its life? It would definitely fly as far as it could. Damn it! The more he thought about it, the more furious he felt. Brother Yu struggled to his feet and glared at Zhang Xian in animosity. At that moment, one of the seniors suddenly exclaimed, "All right, time's up." Everyone subconsciously glanced at the incense on the stone pedestal, only to see the final whiff of smoke dissipating from the incense. 10 minutes had passed. Brother Yu clenched his jaws and said, "Seniors, He's failed to capture a spirit beast, so his score is still lower than mine. This should mean that he has lost the bet. Since you're going to be difficult, don't blame me for returning the favor. Loss? Zhang Xian shook his head. My tamed beast captured a perfect harmonization realm spirit beast and brought it here, and if not for this fellow's intervention, I would have surely procured its inner core and earned another 1,000 points. It is clear that he intentionally let my spirit beast loose, even trying to convince me to flout the rules so as to have me disqualified from the examination. Most important of all, he made a bet with me despite not possessing the required capital. All of this suggests that he is trying to scam me of my high-tier spirit stone. Zhang Xian stepped forward, and with an indignant expression he said, I beseech the seniors to redress my grievances. Hearing the both sides of the story, the seniors gazed at one another and fell into a dilemma. It was true that Zhang Shi would have surely won if Yu Cheng hadn't interfered. In this respect, Zhang Shi had the moral high ground. However, whatever the cause was, it was a fact that Zhang Shi's score was lower than the other party. If they were to just look at the outcome, without a doubt, Zhang Shi had lost the bet. A moment later, one of the seniors spoke up. Both of you are talented students of our Master Teacher Academy. There is no need for the two of you to become enemies over such a minor matter. Why don't we just call the bet off? Yu Cheng harumphed. No way. Since he dared to accept the challenge, he should have been prepared to face the consequences. It is clear that he has lost the bet, so he should pay me a high-tier spirit stone. Since he was unable to exact vengeance on the aerial spirit beast, he would just have to vent his frustrations on Zhang Xian. Otherwise, the matter that had happened would just turn him into a laughingstock, creating a dark stain in his history. Hearing those words from Brother Yu, the seniors contemplated for a moment longer before one eventually stood out and said, All right, since that's the case, why don't we leave this matter to Elder Imo to resolve? Considering the astounding strength the both of them had displayed even before their enrollment, they would surely become new stars of the academy. Even as their seniors, they dared not offend them. All right, Yu Cheng replied smugly. It was a fact that his score was higher than Zhang Xian's. Not even Elder Imo could twist this fact. Tell me your names, and I'll record your results first, the senior said. I am Yu Cheng, and he is Zhang Xian, Yu Cheng said. However, before he could finish his words, the seniors who were still calm a moment ago suddenly widened their eyes in shock. Staring at the young man before them, their lips quivered in agitation, as if excited to see their favorite idol. Zhang Xian? You are Zhang Shi from Huanyu Empire? Chapter 722. 40,000 points? Indeed, I am Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian scratched his head bewilderedly, uncomprehending of the reactions of the seniors. I am already being very low profile, choosing not to take out the Byzantium Helios beast. Why are you all still acting like that? Besides, my points are lower than Yu Cheng's as well. Surely your agitation should be directed toward him instead of me? Not only was Zhang Xian stunned, the other master teachers in the area were also surprised to see such reactions from the composed seniors. Did all of them suffer a stroke simultaneously? Suddenly, one of the older seniors exclaimed, Everyone, he is Zhang Shi, catching the attention of all of the other seniors. What? He is Zhang Shi? So it's you. You are as dashing as I thought. Zhang Shi, I am Lu Chuang from Grade 2, pleased to meet you. If you find yourself facing any trouble in the academy, feel free to look for me. I am Ji Jun from Grade 2, a member of the enforcement squad in the academy. Are you free tonight? Our team would like to host a welcome party to celebrate your enrollment. Is a welcome party all you can offer? Zhang Shi, I know that you are a beast tamer, so I have prepared 2,000 beast crystals for you. You need not feel any pressure accepting these, just regard it as a gift from a brother. Beast crystals? What a shabby gift to offer to another. Zhang Shi, I have prepared a beast blood pill for you. Hearing the exclamation, the invigilating seniors immediately tossed aside their jobs and rushed up to Zhang Xian. They gazed at Zhang Xian intimately as if he were their kin, and their eyes were shining so brightly in excitement that they could nearly light up the night. Not expecting the other seniors to treat him in such an amiable fashion right after hearing his name, Zhang Xian rubbed his nose awkwardly. He couldn't comprehend the sight before him. Could it be that the news of him beating up the Byzantium Helios beast had become known? But that shouldn't be. He had instructed Vicious to ensure that no one was around when he pummeled the Byzantium Helios beast, so it should be impossible for anyone to have noticed that matter. Not even Elderimo would be able to get past Vicious' radar. But if the news hadn't been leaked, what kind of insanity were these people up to? Zhang Xian hadn't killed a single high-tier spirit beast or display outstanding prowess throughout the examination. Could he be so brilliant that not even his humble performance could conceal his radiance any longer? Upon thinking of this, Zhang Xian subconsciously glanced down at his appearance. A normal master-teacher robe. It didn't seem that there was anything unique about him. His aura had also been suppressed to consonant spirit realm pinnacle. As for his heaven's path Shinchi, they shouldn't be able to sense it either. While Zhang Xian was baffled by the situation before him, Yu Cheng was on the verge of going insane. I am clearly the winner, all right? I won the bet, accumulating a score of more than 2,000 points, displaying an extraordinary performance in contrast to my peers. Yet, instead of speaking to me, you actually chose to show care and concern to a loser instead, inviting him to a meal and even gifting him valuable items. Do you need to be so obvious that you are fawning on someone? Where is your pride as seniors? Yu Cheng's lips twitched violently, and his eyes reddened in frenzy. The heck? I am the freaking winner here. I really am. It isn't this Zhang Shi over here. On the other hand, Senior Feng also swallowed his saliva upon seeing the situation before him. The insanity that was unfolding before him had left him on the verge of madness. He thought that he would be able to wash away his previous humiliations with this triumph, but who knew that the other party would still up him one in the end? In the end, it seemed like nothing had changed at all. What is going on? What are you doing gathering here instead of invigilating the test properly? Just as everyone was feeling faint from the madness before them, a sharp bellow suddenly echoed in the air, following which, a stern-looking middle-aged man walked over. It is Bai Shi from the Academy's enforcement hall. He is known throughout the Academy to be an austere person. I heard that Bai Shi is Elder Mo's direct disciple. Even though he is a 6-star low-tier master teacher, he possesses a great deal of influence in the Academy. Direct disciple? You must be mistaken. Up until now, Elder Mo has been known to have never accepted a single direct disciple. Bai Shi is simply an ordinary student under him. Regardless of whether he is a direct disciple or not, he is still a figure that we can only look up to. Such soft whispers could be heard amidst the crowd. Bai Shi's cultivation and master-teacher rank couldn't be considered to be exceptional, but he was extremely famous in the Academy. As he had always followed behind Elder Mo, most had thought of him to be the latter's direct disciple. Bai Shi. As expected, as soon as the seniors noticed Bai Shi's arrival, they immediately dashed back to their positions at the speed of light. The reason teacher has made you the invigilators of this examination is due to his high opinion of your diligence and honesty. Who allowed you to approach the examinees on your own whim to strike up private connections with them here? Bai Shi glared at the seniors coldly. The powerful aura of a transcendent mortal 9 Dan weighed down heavily on them. 5-star master teacher corresponded to cultivation realms of transcendent mortal 6 Dan, 7 Dan, and 8 Dan. To become a 6-star master teacher, one had to at least possess the cultivation of a 9 Dan. As a 6-star low-tier master teacher, Bai Shi was a transcendent mortal 9 Dan pinnacle expert. There were none that stood here who could match him. Yes, those words left the faces of the seniors, turning red in embarrassment. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and continue with the invigilation. Bai Shi waved his hand majestically. The frightened seniors hurriedly turned their attention back to tabulating the scores of the examinees. Humph! Bai Shi harumphed coldly. After ensuring that everything was back in order, he turned to Zhang Xian. Unlike the previous austerity he had shown to the seniors, he had a slight smile on his face at the moment. Clasping his fist, he bowed. Senior Zhang, teacher has invited you to meet him. Senior? Bai Shi has addressed Zhang Shi as senior? Could it be that Elder Imo intends to take Zhang Shi in as his direct disciple? That would explain why all of the seniors are eager to fawn over him. After all, Elder Imo is one of the 10 great elders of the academy. The standing of his students is above that of most teachers. Just look at Bai Shi. There is barely anyone who would dare stand in his way. Indeed, to be accepted as the direct disciple despite having yet to officially enroll in the academy. How enviable. Seeing the politeness Bai Shi was showing to Zhang Shi, everyone suddenly froze. For one to be addressed in such a manner by a 6-star master teacher, there was only one possibility. Elder Imo was intending to take in Zhang Xian as his direct disciple. But hadn't Zhang Shi just arrived at the academy, just like them? All they had done to date was take the entrance examination. What in the world did the other party do to actually catch the eye of Elder Imo, who had never accepted a single direct disciple before? Wasn't he way too lucky? Elder Imo? All right. Noticing all of the gazes on him, Zhang Xian realized that his plan to maintain a low profile had fallen through. With a deep sigh, he nodded and followed Bai Shi down the mountain. A moment later, they disappeared from the crowd's sight. Why? I am obviously the victor. I am the one who won. But why? Seeing Zhang Xian leave under the escort of Bai Shi, Yu Cheng's eyes reddened in frenzy. The reason he intentionally challenged Zhang Xian was so as to force himself to perform spectacularly. Even with his inner core stolen, he still managed to obtain an amazing score exceeding 2,000 points. Given his outstanding result, why did Elder Imo choose to take in a person who had lost to him instead? Seeing how Yu Shi was raging over the matter, a senior finally couldn't stand watching the situation any longer. With a look of pity, the senior asked, "You won? You sure? Do you know what Zhang Shi's score is?" Stunned by the abrupt question, Yu Cheng replied, "His score? Wasn't it tabulated at 2,580 just now? It was just a moment ago that the score had been revealed, and the other party had lost to him and senior phone by 78 points. Did the senior forget about it? 2,580? The senior burst into laughter. Shaking his head, he said, "Do you think that it is possible to catch Elder Mo's eye with such a score?" This? Yu Cheng blinked in shock. Zhang Xian had come together with him to have their scores checked. Could there be some mistake with his score? But how could that be possible? Let me tell you honestly, his total score adds up to 43,724 points. The senior spoke affirmatively, but a hint of astonishment still flashed across his eyes while reciting the figure 43,000 points? But how is this possible? The astonished Yu Cheng nearly fainted on the spot. His lips twitched intensely in disbelief. Didn't he only obtain the inner cores from Luoyang Beast, Virid Smoke Beast, Seven Feeler Beast? How did he obtain such a high score? Yu Cheng wasn't the only one astounded by this revelation. The master teachers in the surroundings also turned their doubtful gazes over. They had all witnessed the sight of Zhang Shi handing over his inner cores, as well as the tabulation of the results. How in the world did 2,000 points turn into 40,000 points? Wasn't this gap a little too big? 40,000 points. Given the score of 100 points for each Cosmos Bridge Realm Primary Stage Spirit Beast, one would have to hunt at least 400 of them to achieve that score. But with the time limit of a single day, was that even possible? How is that possible? Zhang Shi single-handedly saved more than 200 trapped master teachers at Heaven's Thread. In the midst of doing so, he tamed more than 400 Consonant Spirit Realm and Cosmos Bridge Realm Spirit Beasts. How is that not worth 40,000 points? Seeing Yu Cheng's disbelief, the senior flung his sleeves and said, "Furthermore, you should also be aware that taming a spirit beast is far more difficult than killing one." He tamed 400 spirit beasts? Hearing those words, someone suddenly put 2 and 2 together and exclaimed, "This? Could it be that Zhang Shi is the unparalleled genius that returned at noon whom the seniors were talking about?" They had previously heard from the seniors that a top scorer had already emerged at noon. Initially, most thought that it would only be 2 to 3,000 points at the maximum, but who could have imagined that it would actually be 40,000 points? Furthermore, it came actually from this humble-looking Zhang Shi. Indeed, That person is Zhang Shi. After learning of his incredible performance, even Elder Imo and Pavilion Master Imo Gaoyuan are eager to meet him. Do you really think that you have won against him with those measly 2,000 points of yours? The senior said. How conceited. Initially, even though Brother Yu and Senior Feng had addressed Zhang Xian as Zhang Shi, they still weren't able to put the two together. After all, there were at least hundreds of master teachers amongst the examinees that went by the surname of Zhang as well. But for a person to be known as Zhang Xian, and to have come from Huanyu Empire at that, there seemed to only be a single person who fit this description. The incredible genius whom even Elder Imo was full of praise for. Honestly speaking, he still found it hard to believe the incident that had happened at noon to be true. If Zhang Shi was only strong and formidable in beast taming, they wouldn't have been so impressed. More importantly, he was humble and nonchalant to fame and wealth. That was what had truly left them awed. Most likely, it was this charisma of his that won him the respect of all of the examinees who returned at noon. 200 master teachers bringing more than 400 spirit beasts back, but every single one of them only asked for a single point. They insisted on transferring the remaining to Zhang Shi to thank him for saving their lives. Just by recalling the sight of it now, he would still shake in agitation at the grandness of the sight. After which, when he heard of the entire story from the master teachers, his respect for Zhang Xian only further deepened. Despite taming so many spirit beasts and saving everyone, he didn't boast and demand compensation and credit for his efforts. After the deed was done, he simply flung his sleeves and left nonchalantly, not even bothering to leave his name behind. Such was his nobility. Simply too few master teachers had managed to achieve such a transcendental attitude in their lifetimes. Chapter 723. Elder Imo accepting a disciple most important of all. According to what he heard from the other master teachers, in order to save them, Zhang Shi had utilized a secret art to forcefully raise his cultivation from Cosmos Bridge Realm Primary Stage to Cosmos Bridge Realm Pinnacle. If it had been anyone else in his place, that person would have surely gone around showing off his prowess. On the other hand, Zhang Shi had chosen to remain humble about the matter. If not for Yu Cheng exposing his name, no one would have recognized him. It was truly a pity that most master teachers get too caught up with cultivating their strength that they neglected to cultivate their spirituality. Look at yourself. Are you certain that you are qualified to compete with him? What do you have that can possibly compete with him? Your boastful mouth? With such a thought in mind, the seniors glanced at Yu Cheng derisively. If it had been in the past, they would surely have been awed by Yu Cheng's astounding result of 2,000 points. But when put against Zhang Shi, the disparity was simply too big that it was almost disappointing. And this wasn't just an issue concerning strength, but moral values as well. Zhang Shi was willing to sacrifice himself for the other master teachers while expecting nothing in return. What about you? In fear of loss, you intentionally chased away the spirit beast that the other party's tamed beast had captured over. After such a shameless act, you even dared to show off your points and force the other party to fulfill the end of the bet. The both of you are geniuses, but why is there simply such a huge gap between you two? Under the derisive gazes of the seniors, Yu Cheng felt his legs losing his strength. He quickly turned around to look at the others, only to find countless more derisive gazes before him. Unable to take the blow, Yu Cheng's vision darkened, and a spurt of fresh blood gushed from his mouth. The heck? Isn't this just a bet? In this examination, I was stripped bare by a spirit beast and lost all of my artifacts. Despite my hard work and outstanding performance, I still ended up being the object of mockery of everyone else. What the hell is this? Brother Yu and Senior Feng glanced at one another, and they burst into tears. That, by sure. May I know the reason why Elder Imo is looking for me? Until this point, Zhang Shi was still stunned by the sudden twist of events before him. He simply couldn't figure out what was going on. He had been too caught up with pursuing the myriad ant-hive queen that he neglected the spirit beasts that he had tamed. As such, he was also unaware that the master teachers he had saved had put the points obtained from those spirit beasts under his name. As a result, he still thought that his score was lower than Yu Cheng's. You don't know? Hearing Zhang Xian's question, Bai Shi was taken aback. He turned around to look at Zhang Xian, and upon seeing the earnest confusion in the other party's face, his respect for the other party deepened further. Did you see that? This is the magnanimity of a true master. Under normal circumstances, it would be a blessing if one didn't solicit for a reward after doing a kind deed. On the other hand, Zhang Shi threw it completely to the back of his mind, treating it as if it was the natural thing to do. Such nobility was truly worthy of respect. Of everyone that he had seen, the only one who could possibly compare with the other party was the old principal. Am I supposed to know? Zhang Xian asked in bewilderment. He had only met Elder Imo once, and that was during the briefing of the examination. On top of that, he also didn't think that he had done anything worthy of the other party's attention. So what could the other party be seeking him for? Don't worry, you aren't in any trouble. You will know once we get there. With a slight smile, Bai Shi replied. After walking for some distance, a straw hut came into sight. While it was termed as a straw hut, it actually resembled more of a gazebo. It seemed to be freshly built, and beneath its roof sat two elders. Pavilion Master Imo? With a glance, Zhang Xian swiftly recognized the two men in the gazebo. One of them was Elder Imo, while the other party was Pavilion Master Imo, the person who left a high-tier spirit stone as a reward for the Master Teacher Tournament, Imo Gaoyuan. Teacher, Zhang Shi is here. Unaware of the doubts flying through Zhang Xian's mind, Bai Shi stepped forward and reported. Oh, you are Zhang Xian? Elder Imo stood up and assessed Zhang Xian from head to toe. He slowly nodded, seemingly satisfied with what he was seeing. A composed young man with no signs of anxiety or arrogance. It was clear that he was a highly cultured man. Zhang Xian pays respect to Elder Imo and Pavilion Master Imo. Zhang Xian clasped his fist. Oh, Zhang Shi, this seems to be the first time we are meeting. Imo Gaoyuan gazed at Zhang Xian doubtfully. Ah, indeed. Only then did Zhang Xian suddenly recall that he had only met Pavilion Master Imo in his identity as Yang Shi. In strict terms, this should be the first time Zhang Shi was meeting with him. I have heard of Pavilion Master Mo's valiance from Hong Shi. Zhang Xian replied calmly without the slightest hint of panic. Not bad. To be able to recognize me from just descriptions, as expected of a genius. Imo Gaoyuan nodded. He did possess a fair share of fame as the Pavilion Master of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Pavilion, so it wasn't too surprising for Zhang Xian to recognize him. Oh, what does this mean? Pavilion Master Imo, you are acquainted with him? Hearing the conversation between the two, Elder Imo asked doubtfully. Wasn't Zhang Shi a freshman who had just enrolled this year? Why did it seem as if he had some ties with Pavilion Master Imo? We aren't acquaintances, but I have heard of Zhang Shi's name. As you can see, this is the first time we are meeting. Imo Gaoyuan replied. Without the other party's permission, he didn't dare to speak of Yang Shi's name in public. Thus, he chose to speak of the matter vaguely. You heard of Zhang Shi's name? Elder Mo's bewilderment further deepened. Who was the man before him? A 6-star pinnacle master teacher, a person who ruled over the Master Teacher Pavilion of a Tier 1 empire, one of the most influential men in Hongyuan Empire. On the other hand, no matter how talented Zhang Shi was, he was still nothing more than a humble figure from Huanyu Empire. How could there be ties between two people from vastly different worlds? Not to mention, Pavilion Master Imo had actually heard of Zhang Shi. Pavilion Master Imo has probably heard of me due to his ties with my teacher. Seeing that Pavilion Master Imo was put at a spot, Zhang Xian stood forward to explain. Ties with your teacher? Elder Imo was taken aback. May I know whom your esteemed teacher is? Perhaps I might be acquainted with him. In truth, Zhang Xian's feat of taming more than 400 spirit beasts in just 2 hours had stoked his desire to take him in as his direct disciple. In his view, since Zhang Xian had originated from the humble Huanyu Empire, his teacher was unlikely to be an incredible figure. As such, it shouldn't be a problem for him to take the other party in as his direct disciple. However, when he heard that Imo Gaoyuan knew of the other party's teacher, and there seemed to be some deep relationship between them at that, he began to feel a little uneasy. If Zhang Xian's teacher was a 6-star master teacher as well, it would be inappropriate for him to take the other party's student. While it was typically considered as an honor for one student to catch the eye of a higher-ranked master teacher, the same didn't apply for peers. This was especially so if Zhang Xian was a direct disciple. This would then become an extremely sensitive matter that concerned one's heritage and reputation. Taking how Cao Xiong had tried to take Wang Ying away from Zhang Xian back then as an example, such incidents could be viewed as an attempt to humiliate the teacher as the teacher's professionalism would be questioned, thus potentially resulting in an irreconcilable animosity between both parties. My teacher is Yang Xian. Zhang Xian replied. Yang Xian? Elder Imo frowned. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that he had never heard of this name, so he turned to Imo Gaoyuan and asked, May I know if Yang Shi is? This. Having promised to keep Yang Shi's identity a secret, Imo Gaoyuan was put at a spot. My teacher enjoys spending his time roaming the lands, so he doesn't have much of a fame. It is normal for Elder Imo to have not heard of him. Zhang Xian hurriedly replied. Doesn't have much of a fame? Elder Imo was perplexed. As the head of the Master Teacher Pavilion, Imo Gaoyuan possessed exceptional standing. If Zhang Xian's teacher was just an ordinary master teacher, why would he hesitate to talk about him? I'll just tell you the truth then. I am indebted to Yang Shi for his impartation. Judging from Elder Mo's expression that he was unlikely to give up, Imo Gaoyuan was fearful that his old friend might accidentally say something inappropriate before Yang Shi's student, so he hurriedly said, Impartation? Could it be? Upon realizing the meaning behind Imo Gaoyuan's words, Elder Imo hurriedly turned his gaze to the young man before him. Among master teachers of equal rank, one would usually use terms like trading insights and interacting. Only toward higher-ranked master teachers would the term impartation be used. For Imo Gaoyuan to act so cautiously and use such a respectful term, could it be that Zhang Xian's teacher was a master teacher of higher rank than him? But both Imo Gaoyuan and he were already 6-star pinnacle master teachers. If Zhang Xian's teacher was beyond Imo Gaoyuan, didn't that mean that he was a 7-star master teacher or beyond? That's right. Knowing what Elder Imo was thinking, Imo Gaoyuan hurriedly nodded. This? Elder Mo's face paled in shock. He was only a 6-star pinnacle master teacher. How could he possibly dare to take in the student of a 7-star master teacher? That would be getting ahead of himself. May I know if Zhang Shi's beast-taming skill was imparted by Yang Shi? But nevertheless, Elder Imo still felt a little reluctant to give up on such a good bud. After all, a student could have multiple teachers for differing fields. There could be a teacher to guide him on his cultivation, another on beast-taming, painting, way of medicine. If Zhang Xian's beast-taming skills didn't come from Yang Shi, it wouldn't be considered a breach of etiquette for Elder Imo to take him as his beast-taming student. In a sense, this was similar to how Zhang Xian took Luo Qiqi in as his apothecary student. As the saying goes, learn from the skilled, not the aged. Even if Yang Xian was a 7-star master teacher, as long as he didn't teach Zhang Xian beast-taming, there would be no clash of interest. My beast-taming skill was indeed learned from my teacher. Zhang Xian could also tell Elder Mo's intention, so he quickly admitted to it. Elder Imo would be a strong backing for him in the Master Teacher Academy, especially considering the fact that he was one of the 10 great elders, but Zhang Xian was still reluctant to acknowledge the other party as his teacher. First, it would be difficult for him to explain the matter of Yang Shi. All along, Yang Shi had put on too invincible of a front before others. It might bring some doubt to the credibility of Yang Shi's identity if he were to acknowledge Elder Imo as his teacher, regardless of whether there was a clash of conflict or not. Second, he didn't even accept Kong Shi's offer to become his student. If he were to become Elder Mo's student now, wouldn't Kong Shi explode from rage? Even though it was known throughout the continent that Kong Shi had already passed away, Zhang Xian couldn't help but think that there was something deeper to the matter after the disciple-accepting incident back then. Besides, he was a celestial master teacher, a being recognized by even the heavens itself. Even if he wanted to acknowledge the other party as his teacher, would the other party be able to bear such the heavy burden of being the teacher of a celestial master teacher on his shoulder? Then, what about smithing? I am skilled at smithing too. Elder Imo was still reluctant to give up. After all, it wasn't every day that one would see such a talented student. Everyone knew of Elder Mo's astounding beast-taming capability, but little knew that he was also a top-notch blacksmith as well. My smithing art is also imparted by my teacher, Zhang Xian replied. Then, what about way of medicine? Elder Imo pushed on obstinately, cough cough. All right, that's enough. Yang Shi is a great man. His capability isn't one that we can fathom. Seeing how his old friend was still trying his luck, pushing from beast taming to smithing and finally to way of medicine, Imo Gaoyuan couldn't help but interject. Sigh, you also know that the reason why I am still without a direct disciple isn't because I am unwilling to accept one, but that I am simply unable to find a suitable candidate. Knowing that Pavilion Master Imo was stopping him out of goodwill, Elder Imo shook his head with a bitter smile. In truth, he had seen many geniuses in his years, but none of them had reached his expectations. His prerequisite in accepting a disciple wasn't the talent of the other party's talent, but his personality. He deeply believed that a master teacher had to be willing to bear the weight of the entire world on his shoulders. Given that Zhang Xian was willing to sacrifice himself to trigger a secret art to forcefully raise his cultivation to save others, and yet not solicit any compensation, his personality definitely reached Elder Mo's expectations. The reason why he spent such a heavy price on recruiting the services of the Byzantium Helios beast to invigilate the examination was just so that he could find a suitable student to inherit his heritage. With a perfect jade right before him, how could he be willing to let go? I understand your intentions, but... At this point, Imo Gaoyuan hesitated for a moment before continuing. Yang Shi's prowess. Just as he was conflicted as to whether he should reveal the true strength of Yang Shi to make his good buddy give up on the impossible idea, one of the invigilating seniors suddenly rushed to the gazebo from the distance. Reporting to Elder Imo, we have finished tabulating the score of the examinees. Good. Elder Mo's eyes lit up. How many people have passed the examination? Reporting to Elder Imo, a total of 6,487. Only 6,000? Elder Imo was startled. Chapter 724. The selfless Zhang Xian. The typical practice was to have at least 20,000 of the 30,000 students to pass the examination. Yet, only 6,000 or so people had passed the examination. Did this mean that they were going to eliminate a total of 24,000 freshmen? For the result of the examination to actually turn out like this, how was to account for this matter to the academy? That's right. The senior nodded, affirming Elder Mo's doubts. Elder Mo's complexion turned incredibly awful. Didn't the Byzantium Helios beast promise him to ensure that at least 20,000 freshmen would clear the examination? Why did the standards suddenly turn out so strict that only 6,000 passed the examination? That fellow had always been a dependable and reliable person. What in the world happened this time around? Hearing the figures, Zhang Xian was also taken aback. He thought that the pass ratio would at least still be 50%, but from the looks of it now, he was being too optimistic. That darn Byzantium Helios beast is to blame for this. I shall teach him a severe lesson when I return. A glint flashed across Zhang Xian's eyes. If not for that spy of the otherworldly demonic tribe interfering with the examination, how could the pass ratio be so low? The Master Teacher Academy might not mean anything much to him, but to the other master teachers, it spelled their future. As long as they could get in and persevere on, they would be destined for greatness. However, after the mess that the Byzantium Helios beast had cooked up, they could only end up departing in disappointment. Just as Zhang Xian was contemplating how he should deal with that darn saint beast, Elder Imo anxiously clasped his fist and said, I need to deal with some matters now. I'll be right back. Leaving behind those words, he turned around and soared into the air, headed in the direction of the pinnacle of Leiyuan Peak. No matter what, he had to ask what the Byzantium Helios beast was up to, failing so many examinees. Pushing his Saint One Dan pinnacle cultivation to the limits, he swiftly reached the top of the peak. Senior Byzantium Helios. Elder Imo shouted as he approached the gigantic straw cottage in the distance. The Byzantium Helios beast was the tamed beast of the old principle, thus making it standing higher than even the 10 great master teachers. As such, he had to respectfully address the other party as senior. Hearing that there was no response, Elder Imo flew closer to the straw cottage, and just as he was about to call for the other party again, his eyes suddenly narrowed. He suddenly noticed multiple depressions on the originally flat snowland. Furthermore, the spiritual energy in the surroundings seemed to be a little chaotic, as if a battle had just occurred here. This level of disturbance in the spiritual energy can only be caused by a Saint Realm expert. As a 6-star master teacher, Elder Emo possessed an incredible eye of discernment. He could tell in a single look that the mess before him was a result of a battle between Saint Realm experts. Could it be that? Elder Mo's eyes narrowed, and clencing his fists, he rushed into the straw cottage. The Byzantium Helios beast had always been lazy, and under normal circumstances, it would be resting inside the cottage. Yet, all that appeared before Elder Emo was emptiness. Could this mean that the Byzantium Helios beast was in danger? How in the world could it be? Who would dare to attack Senior Byzantium Helios of the Master Teacher Academy? A hint-killing intent boiled in Elder Mo's eyes. The Byzantium Helios beast was the old principal's tamed beast, and he represented the dignity and reputation of the Master Teacher Academy. To dare to lay one's hands on it was no different from openly provoking the entire Master Teacher Academy, taunting the entire Master Teacher Pavilion. Elder Emo swiftly headed out to study the marks left outside the cottage. Judging from the size and outline of these depressions, it should be left by Senior Byzantium Helios. As for these footsteps, they seemed to be slightly larger than an ordinary human. Elder Emo swiftly walked up to one of the footprints and pinched the snow in the region. All of the sudden, his eyes narrowed. Killing intent? This? Otherworldly demons. As a 6-star pinnacle master teacher, he possessed an in-depth knowledge of the otherworldly demonic tribe. From the footprints before him, he could sense a slight killing intent, which was distinctive of an otherworldly demonic tribe expert. 1, 2, 3. More than 20 Saint Realm otherworldly demons actually coordinated with one another to deal with Senior Byzantium Helios? After counting the footprints in the area and making a rough estimation, Elder Mo's eyes widened in shock. It was no wonder why the Byzantium Helios beast was missing. To think that 20 Saint Realm otherworldly demons would actually appear here. This was a land belonging to the Master Teacher Academy. How did the otherworldly demons sneak into here and capture the Byzantium Helios beast away without their notice? This is truly a disaster. I must quickly report this to the Academy and the Master Teacher Pavilion. The appearance of 20 Saint Realm otherworldly demons was no joke. This concerned the stability of the entire Hongyuan Empire. They must investigate and deal with this matter swiftly, or else catastrophe could befall the Hongyuan city. With this thought in mind, Elder Emo swiftly rushed down the mountain, and a short moment later, he returned back to the gazebo. What's wrong? Seeing his old buddy rushing back anxiously with an awful look on his face, Emo Gaoyuan asked worriedly. This, glancing at Zhang Xian, Elder Emo hesitated. The emergence of the otherworldly demonic tribe was a huge affair. If news were to leak out, it would cause a huge panic. Even though Elder Emo was one of the 10 great master teachers, he didn't dare to take such a risk. Since the both of you have important matters to attend to, I won't impose myself then. Noticing the other party's hesitance, Zhang Xian knew that his presence was unwanted, so he stood up and clasped his fist. Actually, it's fine. Hearing that Zhang Xian was going to leave, Elder Emo felt a little embarrassed instead. It was just a moment ago which he was trying to persuade the other party to be his disciple. To regard him as an outsider and leave him out of important issues now would be truly inappropriate. This matter is of grave importance, but I have trust in Zhang Shi's credibility, so it's fine for you to listen as well. After a moment of hesitation, Elder Emo spoke up. I noticed the traces of otherworldly demons on Leiyuan Peak. What? How strong are they? Emo Gaoyuan widened his eyes in shock. Even at the very least, they are stronger at me. Furthermore, it seems like there are quite a few of them. Elder Emo revealed his analysis on the matter. Even under the encirclement of more than 20 Saint Realm experts, given Senior Byzantium Helios's prowess, he should at least be able to send a message to them. But when Elder Emo arrived earlier, he combed through the entire area but found nothing of that sort. This hinted at the presence of an expert exceeding Saint Wundan among the enemy. Stronger than you? Mo Gaoyuan's complexion darkened. At the same time, Zhang Xian also narrowed his eyes. All along, he had been suspecting that the Byzantium Helios beast was a spy of the otherworldly demonic tribe, and those words from Elder Mo only confirmed his doubts. That fellow must be the tamed beast of a powerful otherworldly demon. Otherwise, why would it obstinately refuse to reveal whom its master was? Indeed, I have saved a lot of master teachers. Having confirmed this matter, Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction. Had the scheme of the Byzantium Helios beast and otherworldly demonic tribe succeeded, this wouldn't be a matter of how many people failed the examination, but how many people died in the examination. This would be a huge blow to the Master Teacher Academy. As a master teacher, Zhang Xian carried the responsibility and mission belonging to one. If he were to encounter the scheme of the otherworldly demonic tribe, he mustn't back down. I hope that the two of you won't spread this matter around. I'll assemble the 10 great elders and conduct a meeting to deal with this matter. Elder Emo said. Pavilion Master Emo and Zhang Xian nodded in response. Any matter involving the otherworldly demonic tribe had to be kept in secrecy, or else it could cause a pandemonium among the populace. We will keep the matter to ourselves. Right, what about the matter regarding the intake this year? Pavilion Master Emo asked. This? Elder Emo rubbed his glabella in distress. This matter was truly a tricky issue. He thought that with the Byzantium Helios beast overlooking the examination, there shouldn't be any problem in this matter. Who would have thought that the other party would end up being attacked by the otherworldly demonic tribe and go missing altogether, resulting in such a huge problem in the examination? The internally agreed intake number was 20,000, but now only 6,000 had managed to pass the examination. How was he to explain this matter to the Master Teacher Academy? If he were to simply bring the other students in or conduct any examination, that would undermine the authority of the entrance examination, and this entire matter would become nothing more than a farce. But accepting only 6,000 out of 30,000 geniuses was a huge loss to the Master Teacher Academy. Elder Emo, I have an idea in mind. Zhang Xian contemplated for a moment before speaking up. Feel free to speak. Elder Emo and Pavilion Master Emo turned their sights to Zhang Xian, curious to see what he had to say. Didn't you say that it is possible to share the points one obtained? At which, Zhang Xian smiled and proposed. Since I have 40,000 points, there is more than enough to go around even if I were to give one to everyone. This way, everyone would be able to clear the examination. This? Elder Emo was stunned. But these are the points you obtained with great difficulty. How can I take them from you and allocate it to the other examinees? It's nothing much. With the threat of the otherworldly demonic tribe is looming above us, we master teachers should buff up our forces as far as we could. By giving those geniuses from the various regions a chance, we are giving a hope to humanity as well. Zhang Xian waved his hands nonchalantly. The points he had accumulated were useless to him anyway. Since that was the case, he might as well give them out to win the favor of others and build his reputation. This would be helpful for his advancement as a master teacher as well. Even though most tended to overlook it, reputation was also a factor that master teachers required. Without a strong reputation, how could master teachers rally the forces of humanity and lead the fight against the otherworldly demonic tribe? As such, it was also taken into account when determining the Master Teacher Pavilion. Determine the qualification of a master teacher in advancing to the higher rank. This? All right. Since you have made up your mind, I will thank you on behalf of the Master Teacher Academy. I'll inform all of the examinees of this matter now. Hearing Zhang Xian's words, Elder Emo clasped his fist with a grave expression. While others were still thinking about their own individual interest, the other party was already contemplating over the future of humanity in the Master Teacher Pavilion. If all master teachers could be as selfless as Zhang Shi, what would there to fear of the otherworldly demons? Elder Emo thought, impressed with the young man before him. If he had only regarded Zhang Xian as a junior before, he was viewing the other party as a fellow peer at this instant. How big-hearted must one be to willingly forego his achievements for others? As expected of Yang Shi's direct disciple, his capability and mindset were vastly different from the others. I'll be troubling Elder Imo then. Zhang Xian clasped his fist. No, it's no trouble at all. If anything, I am the one troubling you. If not for your generosity, I would have no idea how I could resolve this matter. I owe you one. Elder Imo replied. Should this examination only have an intake of 6,000, he would become a huge joke of the Master Teacher Academy. His prestige and dignity as one of the 10 great elders would also be shattered. While the other party had offered a ray of hope to salvage the future of the other 24,000 master teachers outside, the other party had also salvaged his reputation. Zhang Xian scratched his head awkwardly. Actually, rather than having you owe me a favor, I would very much rather receive a few high-tier spirit stones from you. You need not feel troubled over this. You have indeed helped Elder Imo a lot this time. Besides, Elder Mo's favor doesn't come easily. Even I haven't received it from him in the past 200 years of our relationship. Seeing the reluctance on Zhang Xian's face, Imo Gaoyuan urged him to accept it. As one of the 10 great elders, Elder Imo was an upright and austere man. He had high expectations of himself and others, which resulted in him being the only elder without a direct disciple to date. It wasn't easy to receive a favor from a man like that. Thank you, Elder Imo. After such words from Pavilion Master Imo, Zhang Xian could only nod in agreement. If others were to learn that he wasn't interested in accepting Elder Mo's favor, preferring high-tier spirit stones over that, they would definitely send him flying to the stars with a kick. Which of the 10 great elders wasn't an influential figure in Hongyuan Empire? The favor of a person as powerful as them was worth much more than gold. If one could trade this favor with the Hongyuan Empire's royal family for high-tier spirit stone, one would receive at least several dozens of them. This was how great the value of a favor from one of the 10 great elders was worth. Such a valuable thing, and yet you are still reluctant to accept it. Why don't you just kick the bucket? Chapter 725. Giving out points, Pavilion Master Imo. Please wait here for a moment. Allow me to organize the freshmen first before assembling the 10 great elders for a conference, Elder Imo said before turning around to exit, leaving Imo Gaoyuan and Zhang Xian in the gazebo. After a moment of silence, Imo Gaoyuan suddenly asked, Zhang Shi, may I ask if Yang Shi is here as well? The reason he had put a high-tier spirit stone up as a reward for the tournament and had come over here to meet Zhang Xian was to strike up a relationship with Yang Shi. My teacher has always been a carefree person who hates to be restrained, so I am unsure of his whereabouts as well, Zhang Xian replied casually. I heard from my teacher that you met with some trouble trying to open the Zhukong acupoint. May I know if the problem has been resolved already? Speaking of this, I really have to thank Yang Shi for his guidance. At this point, Imo Gaoyuan clasped his fist politely. If not for Yang Shi's guidance, he might have ended up straying further and further from the right path, and perhaps it might even have become impossible for him to ever reach St. Tu Dan in his life. Now that he had healed his internal wounds, a breakthrough was already within sights. This incident served to further emphasize how fearsome Yang Shi was. With just a casual glance, the other party had been able to determine the cause of his problem and come up with a solution which would not only resolve the problem, but further his cultivation as well. Even if he could clone himself 10 times over, he would still be no match for the other party. In his eyes, the 10 great master teachers of Hongyuan Academy were probably not much different from children playing house. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Teacher has always been a person who follows his whims. Since he has offered to help you, it only goes to show that the both of you are fated. Thus, there's no need for you to think too much about it. Zhang Xian chuckled. I see. Imo Gaoyuan nodded in response. There were indeed some high-ranked master teachers who based their decisions off fate after having comprehended the essence of the world. If fate didn't allow for it, they would never offer their guidance to another. It was also because of fate that Yang Shi offered his guidance to Imo Gaoyuan, and he had never expected anything in return. Besides, even if Imo Gaoyuan intended to return the favor, he had to have something that could interest the other party in the first place. At that moment, Zhang Xian suddenly recalled another matter and asked, right, since Elder Imo is a 6-star pinnacle beast tamer, why don't I see his tamed beast anywhere? May I ask, What saint beast is he contracted to? Even though he was certain that the Byzantium Helios beast was a spy of the otherworldly demonic tribe, there were still several doubts he had in his mind. Firstly, considering the proximity between Layuan Peak and the Master Teacher Academy, it was doubtful that such a powerful saint beast could reside on the mountain without catching the attention of the Master Teachers in the Academy. It's Inferno Dragon Saint Beast. Even though Imo Gaoyuan was unsure of the purpose behind Zhang Xian's words, he still chose to answer his query without any hesitation. Inferno Dragon Saint Beast? Hearing those words, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He had never heard of such a saint beast before, but it should be fine as long as it wasn't the Byzantium Helios beast. Indeed, that tamed beast of his. Sigh, it's truly an unfortunate event. Upon speaking of the Inferno Dragon Saint Beast, Imo Gaoyuan hesitated for a moment before shaking his head in pity. What's wrong? Zhang Xian was bewildered by Imo Gaoyuan's reaction. Based on what I know, it seems that the Inferno Dragon Saint Beast doesn't have long to live. Imo Gaoyuan sighed. Doesn't have long to live? Zhang Xian was left even more puzzled by the other party's words. Typically speaking, saint beasts possessed a far greater longevity than humans. As such, it was extremely rare for a beast tamer to outlive their tamed beasts. Yes, it appears that the Inferno Dragon Saint Beast has met with some trouble in its cultivation. Forget it, let's not talk about such a depressing topic. Halfway through his words, Imo Gaoyuan shook his head, deciding to speak no further. Even though the Inferno Dragon Saint Beast's fiery temperament made it unsuited to serve as the invigilator for the examination, the least it could do was show its support by attending, especially considering how important the entrance examination was. Thinking that the situation was peculiar, he had asked Elder Imo regarding the matter just a moment ago, and only then did he learn about the problem plaguing the Inferno Dragon Saint Beast. All right. Seeing how Imo Gaoyuan was unwilling to speak any further on the matter, Zhang Xian chose not to ask as well. Hu Qing was a 4-star pinnacle master teacher from Qingyuan Tier 2 Empire. His cultivation had only reached clarifying turbidity realm advanced stage, still a way off from reaching pinnacle. He had come from a remote location, and he had to give up on a lot of things before he could pass the examination to come here. In the final round of the Master Teacher Tournament, in order to get into the top 10, he had to fight frenziedly without care of his life, sustaining 17 grievous wounds before he could defeat his opponent. The reason he was so desperate was because he was different from the others. The other master teachers could still return to their local master teacher pavilion to enjoy the highest of privileges if they were unable to qualify for the Master Teacher Academy, but such an option didn't exist for him. Born with a deadly affliction, there was only a single medicinal herb which could save his life. However, this herb was incredibly valuable, and the only way he could obtain it was through enrolling into the Master Teacher Academy and purchasing it with academic credits. He'd thought that as long as he was willing to put his life on the line, he would be able to pass the entrance examination no matter how difficult it was. Who knew that in the end, despite how hard he tried, he still failed the examination. He'd attempted to hunt down spirit beasts to procure their inner core, but he had ended up being surrounded by them instead, and he'd nearly lost his life in that encounter. It had taken him tremendous effort to escape from the encirclement, but even so, he'd ended up suffering grievous wounds for it. Eventually, the examination finished without him obtaining a single inner core. Without a single point to his name, he would be unable to become a member of the academy. Unable to obtain the medicinal herb required to cure his affliction, it would just be a matter of time before his illness was triggered, resulting in his death. No, I must enroll in the Master Teacher Academy by hook or by crook. Withstanding the immense pain from his wounds, he struggled to his feet and walked over to one of the celebrated geniuses in this examination, Yu Cheng. He had watched the bet earlier, and he knew that the other party possessed more than 2,000 points. As long as the other party was willing to give even a single point to him, he would be able to enroll in the academy, and there would still be hope for his affliction. Clasping his fists and bowing deeply, Yu Qing pleaded earnestly, "Brother Yu, I am Yu Qing, a master teacher from Qingyuan Empire. As long as, brother, you can give me a single point so that I can pass the examination, I am willing to spend the rest of my life serving you to repay your magnanimity. Even though it was a huge blow to his dignity as a master teacher, with his life at stake, he had no choice but to endure it. Give you a single point? Who do you think you are? Yu Cheng was already frustrated about losing to Zhang Xian when this fellow suddenly came over to beg him for points. Displeased by the other party's actions, his face darkened. All in all, he only had 2,000 points. Even though he was unable to win Elder Mo's favor, he was still hoping that he could catch the attention of other elders through this achievement. If he were to give this fellow a point, was he supposed to give one to everyone who came begging him for it? The moment he created this precedent, it would only cause a whole string of trouble. Furthermore, none of these points had come easily. He'd had to work extremely hard for every last one of them, so he was reluctant to give them away as well. Humiliated, Hu Qing's face turned crimson. His head hung lowly by his chest, and he clenched his fists so tight that his knuckles were turning white. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his jaws in determination and kneeled onto the ground. I beg, brother, you to give me a single point to clear this examination. As long as you grant my request, I'll obey every single command you ask of me without the slightest hesitation in the future. You are just a measly transcendent mortal 4-dan advanced stage weakling. Even if you were to become my servant, you would be no use to me at all. Scram. Otherwise, I'll kick you away myself. Yu Cheng harumphed furiously with a frown. What the heck was this supposed to be? If a consonant spirit realm expert had come to him with these words, he could still consider the matter. But a fellow who hadn't even reached clarifying turbidity realm pinnacle actually wanted to negotiate with him? How insolent. He'd had to spend invaluable artifacts in order to earn his points, and he was even humiliated by a transcendent mortal 7-dan spirit beast for it. Given how much he had gone through for them, how could he be willing to give his points away so easily? Senior Feng stepped forward and said, "The fact that you weren't able to obtain any point only goes to show that you are lacking in ability and are unworthy of becoming a member of the Academy. I suggest you stop embarrassing yourself here." They might not be able to match up to Zhang Xian, but without a doubt, they possessed capability superior to most of their peers, and they had the rights to be proud. Indeed, stop your shameful actions here. If everyone were to beg for points just because they couldn't earn any, the Academy wouldn't be called the Master Teacher Academy but the Beggar Academy. You only have yourself to blame for not working hard enough. You are not fated with the Master Teacher Academy, so just leave. Don't soil the dignity of Master Teachers here. The Master Teachers in the region also waved their hands disdainfully in response to Hu Qing's actions. It was undignified for a Master Teacher to beg for points like that. If they were to condone such actions amongst them, how could they hold their heads up high and preach to the world? A failure meant a failure. Since Elder Mo had set this a rule, they were meant to follow it. All right. Knowing that it was hopeless, Hu Qing's body trembled uncontrollably as he stood up. At this instant, he felt as if the wind had blew away every bit of dignity he carried. While Master Teachers were expected to behave nobly, they were still mortal. There was no mortal who could truly be selfless, and even Master Teachers had their own desires and goals. Forget it. Hu Qing shook his head. He knew that even if he were to abandon his pride, there was not a single person here who would give him a single point. Since that was the case, he might as well clutch onto the final shred of pride he had and leave with his head held high. But just as he was about to walk away, Elder Mo suddenly appeared in the air, and with a resounding voice he said, "In this examination, there are a total of 6,817 people who passed the examination. Those who failed to obtain a single point have failed the examination, and they are not fated with the Master Teacher Academy." Not fated. The faces of the 20,000 people who had failed the examination turned pale. While they knew what the outcome of the examination would be, it was still difficult for them to accept it. Their hopes and dreams lay within the Master Teacher Academy, and after all they had been through, they couldn't accept failure so easily. However, there's no need to worry. Upon learning of this news, Zhang Shi of Huanyu Empire approached me, and he offered to give his points to the others so that everyone can pass the examination. He hopes that our Master Teacher Pavilion can grow stronger through this. After careful consideration, I decided to agree to his request. In other words, from today onwards, everyone here will be a student of our Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Elder Imo announced grandly. Give points to us? Zhang Shi was willing to fork out his points so that we could pass the examination? Everyone was stunned by the sudden news. At the same moment, Hu Qing's body began trembling in agitation, and tears began streaming down his cheeks. Just for a single point, he abandoned his pride, fell to his knees, and pleaded desperately with another man. But he was rejected mercilessly, and he thought that this was where his journey would end. Yet, at the lowest point in his life, Zhang Shi stepped forward and offered to give his points to everyone so that they could clear the examination. This was the magnanimity that a master teacher should possess, selflessly putting the human race above his own needs. Zhang Shi, thank you. Hu Qing fell to his knees once more and vowed solemnly, from this day forward, you shall be my benefactor. Regardless of what you ask of me, I'll do it without any hesitation. But different from the previous time, he had kneeled willingly this time around. Seeing those who had failed the examination mutter words of gratitude for Zhang Shi, Yu Cheng and Senior Feng's bodies trembled. It was just a moment ago that they had rejected giving out a single point, and in the next, it was announced that Zhang Shi was going to give out his points so that everyone could pass the examination. Did your face slap have to come so quick and exaggerated? The duo quickly scanned the surroundings, only to see disdainful gazes from the freshmen on them. It was as if their eyes were saying, how could the both of them be master teachers but behave so differently? Pooh. Unable to stand it any longer, Yu Cheng felt his old injuries acting up, and he spurted a mouthful of blood. At the same time, Senior Feng also found the sight before him turning dark. He had been traumatized so many times that he had lost his confidence. What in the world was this? Why was it that nothing good ever happened from anything associated with that Zhang Xian? Chapter 726, Luo Ruoxin. Tomorrow, you will be choosing your teachers. Senior students, organize the freshmen and bring them to their living quarters. After dealing with the miscellaneous issues, Elder Imo issued some instructions to the senior students before returning back to the gazebo. Zhang Shi, you need not go with the rest. It'll be hard for you to cultivate in those shared dormitories. Follow me back to the academy later on, and I'll arrange individual living quarters for you. Elder Imo said. As one of the 10 great elders of the Master Teacher Academy, he possessed the rights to determine a student's living quarters. A top-notch genius like Zhang Shi shouldn't be staying in the shared dormitories like others. Thank you, Elder Imo. Understanding the other party's intentions, Zhang Xian clasped his fist in gratitude. He had too many secrets on him, so it would be best for him to get individual lodging for himself. After which, Imo Gaoyuan offered a ride to Elder Imo and Zhang Xian, and soon, the three of them were headed for the Master Teacher Academy on the back of the Langus Saint Beast. With the senior students dealing with the matters here, and by sure holding the fort, there was nothing for them to worry about. With the swiftness of Langus Saint Beast, it wasn't long before a massive academy came into sight. Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy was built to house 100,000 master teachers. There were lakes and mountains within the compounds of the academy, and gazing down from the sky, it looked like a castle. Even the entire Myriad Kingdom city seemed to pale in comparison to the academy. It was no wonder this was the place where the top-notch geniuses of different empires converged. Just the size of the academy itself already far surpassed the capitals of the smaller empires. This is the elite sector, where the most outstanding master teachers of each grade stay. Take my token and find the student in charge to organize lodging for you. Pavilion Master Imo and I will have to meet the other elders to discuss that problem. Soon, the Langus Saint Beast landed near a cluster of the academy's residences. At this point, Elder Imo flicked his wrist and threw his token to Zhang Xian. After grabbing the token, Zhang Xian began to survey the surroundings. It was a beautiful place with lush greenery and a clear stream flowing through the area. The exquisite-looking residences were lined side by side in a row. A spirit-gathering formation was set up in each of these residences, creating a dense concentration of spiritual energy in the area. Even without entering the residences, one would already feel refreshed and revitalized under the nourishment of the spiritual energy. As expected of the elite sector, it's indeed extravagant. After taking a look, Zhang Xian nodded in awe. These spirit-gathering formations were of a higher grade than the one he had inscribed back in Honghai City, each having reached grade 6. If one were to cultivate here, one would definitely make much greater progress than compared to elsewhere. The Master Teacher Academy couldn't afford to offer such luxury to all of its students, so only the most outstanding of geniuses were allowed to reside in these residences. Thank you. I'll be heading down now, Zhang Xian said as he leaped off the back of Langus Saint Beast. Elder Imo and Imo Gaoyuan glanced at one another before gesturing for the Langus Saint Beast to take off into the distance. The matter regarding the appearance of the otherworldly demonic tribe was a grave issue. They had no time to lose. A few minutes later, they arrived at a sealed chamber. There was a total of 13 seats in the room, each of them reserved for the most esteemed figures in the academy, namely the principal and the 10 great elders. A powerful formation was installed within the room, ensuring that nothing discussed in there would leak out. What has happened for you to summon us so urgently? Just as the duo took their seats, a few elders suddenly pushed open the door and walked in with deep frowns. The last time an emergency meeting had been held was when the old principal had gone missing. What could have happened this time for Elder Imo and Pavilion Master Imo to summon all of them so urgently? Take a seat, please. We'll start when everyone arrives. Elder Imo gestured to the seats around him. The elders nodded and sat at their respective positions. Soon, the door opened once more, and a few more elders entered. Before long, 11 seats were filled. Elder Imo and Pavilion Master Imo, you can speak now. The white-bearded elder, who seemed to be the oldest amongst the group, gestured for them to begin. All right, Elder Imo nodded. Flicking his wrist, he took out a record crystal and said, "Before I begin, I would like you all to watch this first." With a tap of his finger, the battle scars on the top of Leiyuan Peak, which he had recorded earlier, appeared before everyone's eyes. The elders were initially perplexed to see the rubble in the crystal, but after taking a closer look, their faces slowly turned livid. These are the marks of battle from an otherworldly demon? How is Senior Byzantium Helios then? The white-bearded elder asked worriedly. The others also swiftly turned their gazes to Elder Imo. As a member of the 10 Great Elders, a 6-star Pinnacle Master Teacher, just by looking at the scene recorded by the record crystal, he was still able to deduce the parties involved in the battle. Senior Byzantium Helios has gone missing, Elder Imo said grimly. Missing? The other Master Teachers were stunned by the revelation, and even Imo Gaoyuan's expression was colored with disbelief. Back then, Elder Imo had only said that he had found traces left behind by the otherworldly demonic tribe, but he hadn't gone into much detail. As a result, he didn't think that the Byzantium Helios beast would actually end up being attacked by otherworldly demons and go missing. This is what happened. Not daring to hide anything, Elder Imo swiftly revealed his agreement with Byzantium Helios beast, as well as what he'd found on the peak. The white-bearded elder slammed his palm on the table and declared grandly, "How dare those otherworldly demons infiltrate our Hongyuan city and kidnap Byzantium Helios Saint Beast? For the reputation of our Master Teacher Academy, we must apprehend them." The 10 Great Elders were responsible for governing the Master Teacher Academy, and they were each in charge of a school in the academy. For one, Elder Imo wasn't just an elder in this academy, he was also the head of the Beast Tamer School. On the other hand, the white-bearded elder was the head of the martial arts school, Su Changqing. A female elder harumphed coldly. This is no longer an issue of our school's reputation, but the safety of Senior Byzantium Helios. She was the head of the Terpsichorus School, Wei Ranshua. Senior Byzantium Helios is the tamed beast of the old principal. He has braved through life and death situations with us, and he had slaughtered innumerable otherworldly demons to bring peace to mankind. With all that he had done, how could we face the old principal if anything were to happen to him? And what rights would we have to call ourselves the 10 Great Master Teachers if we couldn't even save him? Indeed, we must not allow anything to happen to Senior Byzantium Helios. However, we don't have any clues as to his whereabouts at the moment. So we shouldn't act recklessly, said Elder Emo at this moment. Our primary focus should be on finding Senior Byzantium Helios' whereabouts. If he's still alive, we'll find some way to save him. If he has been killed, we should avenge him even at the cost of our lives. Another two of the elders added the discussion. I agree. However, I think that we should carry out our actions discreetly first, or else we might risk alarming the otherworldly demons. If they were to learn that we're on their trail, they might potentially resort to extreme actions. I concur. Since the otherworldly demons dared to lay their hands on Senior Byzantium Helios, it is unlikely that they would hesitate in attacking the Academy too. We can't discount the possibility that this might be a scheme to lure us away from the Academy. Thus, we should proceed warily with the investigation. That is exactly what I am worried about. I fear that they might have left behind those marks intentionally to lure us into a trap. Elder Emo frowned. There didn't seem to be any attempt by the otherworldly demons to conceal the marks of battle on Leiyuan Peak, as if the other party was intentionally showing it to them. It was due to his worry that this was a trap by the otherworldly demons that Elder Emo was hesitant to take action on his own, choosing to hold a conference with the other elders first instead of combing through the mountain range to search for Senior Byzantium Helios. After a moment of discussion, the group was still unable to decide on anything. It was at that moment that the head of the apothecary school, Lu Feng, interjected in the discussion. Senior Byzantium Helios possesses a fighting prowess far above us. If even he wasn't a match for the enemy, it's unlikely that we will be able to save him even if we do uncover his whereabouts. The others nodded in agreement as well. Just like them, the Byzantium Helios Saint Beast was at Saint Wundan Pinnacle as well. However, as a Saint Beast, he wielded strength far beyond the others. Yet, the Byzantium Helios Saint Beast had been captured before he could even get an opportunity to send out a help signal to the rest of them. Through this, it could be seen how formidable the adversary they were facing was. If they couldn't defeat the otherworldly demons, even if they managed to find the whereabouts of the Byzantium Helios Beast, they wouldn't be able to save him. In a few days, Mu Shi from Qingyuan Conferred Empire will be making a trip here to select the new principal and investigate the death of the old principal. When the time comes, we can report this matter to him and have him help us look into the matter as well. Schoolhead Lu said. At this point, everyone hesitated. If they were to rely on the headquarters for everything, wouldn't that be as good as saying that they, as the 10 great master teachers, were inept and powerless to deal with issues? I know what you are thinking of, but the enemy we are facing is an existence who is able to bypass our security and abduct Senior Byzantium Helios without alarming anyone. This issue is already beyond our ability, so this matter must be reported to the headquarters. Schoolhead Lu said affirmatively. The apothecary school was the #1 school in the Master Teacher Academy, and this gave more weight to his words. All right. After a moment of contemplation, the other master teachers eventually conceded. Just as they were about to discuss their next course of action, Schoolhead Lu suddenly flicked his wrist, and a communication jade token appeared in his hands. He took a glance at it, and his eyebrows shot up. Everyone, follow me. Mu Shi has arrived. Mu Shi is already here? So early? Didn't he say that it would take a few more days? It's impossible for us to fathom the thoughts of experts like him. Don't forget, he did say that he would be able to arrive a month ago, but he ended up postponing his arrival all the way until now. That's true. Initially, Mu Shi had sent a message to them, saying that he would arrive at Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy a month ago, but after a long wait, he never came. But just a day ago, he had sent another message over saying that he had been held up by some issues, and he would arrive a few days later. However, he ended up showing up that day instead. As such, his arrival had caught everyone off guard. Amidst discussions, the group walked over to the lounge where the Academy welcomed esteemed guests. Soon, they saw an old man with a snowy beard seated on one of the chairs with a dignified posture. Seated beside the old man was a young lady who seemed to be in her early 20s. Mu Shi. Upon walking into the room, the elders immediately clasped their fists and bowed respectfully. As a 7-star master teacher, Mu Shi was one of the top figures in the Master Teacher Academy. Even as the 10 great master teachers, They dared not to show the slightest disrespect to the other party. Allow me to introduce to you all, this is Luo Shi. She's a junior of mine. She is a 6-star master teacher, and as a part of her training, she will be serving as a teacher here for the time being. Thus, I'll have to trouble you to make the necessary arrangements. Standing up, Mu Shi gestured to the young lady beside him and introduced her. Junior. Taken aback, everyone quickly turned their gazes to the young lady. At this point, the young lady stood up, clasped her fist, and bowed. Ruoxin pays respect to the elders of Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. 6-star Master Teacher? She is already a 6-star Master Teacher despite her young age? Everyone was taken aback. Luo Ruoxin looked as if she was barely in her 20s. Talent wasn't a sufficient reason to explain how one could qualify as a 6-star Master Teacher at such an age. The chances were that she had come from an incredible family or possessed an astounding background. It was likely that her being a junior of Mu Shi's was a lie. As a 7-star Master Teacher, it would be difficult for him to groom a 20-year-old 6-star Master Teacher. Most likely, she was the offspring of a sage clan, heading to a lower empire so as to experience the taste of life and temper her spirit. Only such clans could groom such incredible geniuses. It is incredible that Luo Shi has reached such heights at your young age. You have my admiration. Regarding the issue of taking up a teaching role in our academy, I'll make arrangements for it right now. May I know, what do you specialize in? Is there any school you are interested in? Schoolhead Lu asked with a smile. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.